You're accused of stealing a pig. Your trial involves boiling water, a priest, and your left hand. If your skin doesn't blister, you're innocent. If it does, well, too bad. Also, the pig testifies. This story stumbles into the darkly comic world of medieval law, where trials were less about facts and more about fire, superstition, and yelling witch until someone drowned. We explore trial by ordeal, like sticking your arm in boiling water, trial by combat, hope you brought a sword, and trial by angry mob, a local favorite. Juries weren't about evidence, they were about who owed whom a favor. And yes, animals were sometimes put on trial. Black humor crawls through cases involving talking corpses, pigs sentenced to death, and nobles escaping punishment by simply claiming, God said it's fine. Confessions were helpful, especially after some light torture. Compared to this, modern bureaucracy is a dream. The very foundations of medieval European society were built not on the solid bedrock of codified law, as we understand it today, but on a shifting, treacherous mire of oaths, whispers, and the ever present, often terrifying weight of tradition and faith. Imagine, if you will, stepping out of the relative sanity of our modern world and into the pungent, clamorous reality of a medieval town. The air thick with the stench of refuse, wood smoke, and unwashed humanity also carried a more intangible, yet equally pervasive, aroma. The scent of fear laced with the intoxicating perfume of absolute power. Justice, in these echoing castle halls and mud-caked thoroughfares, was less a dispassionate arbiter and more a capricious deity, a fickle mistress swayed by lineage, favor, and the unshakable conviction that God Himself was intimately involved in the minutiae of human disputes. The pronouncements of a nobleman were not merely suggestions, they were pronouncements etched in stone, or at least in the terrified obedience of those below him. A peasant's earnest plea, however truthful, was but a puff of smoke against the gale force of a lord's whim. The entire edifice of law, from the most trivial boundary dispute to the most heinous alleged crime, was propped up by a complex scaffolding of personal loyalties, inherited obligations, and the ever-present grasping hand of the church. This was a world where a man's word, especially if he had a lineage stretching back to some dubious knight or saint, could condemn or acquit. It was a system less concerned with evidence and more with who you knew, who owed you, and who you were terrified of disappointing, or worse, offending. The church, with its gilded spires and its pronouncements on salvation and damnation, wielded a power that permeated every aspect of life, including the courtroom. Its doctrines, its pronouncements, and its own intricate legal system, the canon law, often intertwined with secular matters, creating a Gordian knot of authority that a common man could only hope to untangle by sheer blind luck or the intercession of a more influential patron. Feudal lords, the titans of this hierarchical landscape, were not merely landowners, they were the living embodiments of justice in their own domains. Their word was law, their judgment final, their coffers often filled by the very fines and confiscations levied against the accused, regardless of guilt. This created a deliciously perverse incentive. The more people you could find guilty of something, the richer you became. It was a system that rewarded conviction over truth, a veritable feeding frenzy for those with the loudest voice and the sharpest teeth. The notion of an impartial jury, a concept we hold so dear today, would have been met with bewildered amusement, perhaps even derision. Why would a man of standing subject his judgment to the fickle opinions of a baker, a cobbler, or heaven forbid a tailor? Justice was a matter of social standing, of inherited privilege, and of maintaining the established order. If the order benefited you, then the existing system, however absurd, was perfectly sound. And then there was the omnipresent hum of superstition, a constant nagging undercurrent that seeped into every judgment, every accusation. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the unspoken fears of the populace, their anxieties about bad harvests, plagues, sudden deaths, and the ever present threat of the infernal. If a cow died, if a child fell ill, if a storm flattened the crops, it was rarely attributed to natural causes or simple misfortune. No, these were more likely the work of unseen forces, malevolent entities, or most conveniently, a disgruntled neighbor who had perhaps muttered an unkind word or cast an envious glance. This pervasive belief in the supernatural created fertile ground for accusations to flourish, where a whisper could become a scream, and a scream could lead to a pyre. The darkly comedic undertones of this era stem precisely from this potent cocktail of absolute power, ingrained superstition, and a legal system that often seemed designed by a committee of madmen and theologians. It's a world where the divine was invoked to justify the most human of failings, where the gauntlet was thrown down not just in combat, but in the very pronouncements of law, and where the gavel, when it fell, often did so on the wrong head. The deeply ingrained influence of the church, far from being a purely spiritual force, was a palpable and often terrifying pillar of medieval legal authority. Its pronouncements weren't confined to matters of doctrine and salvation. They extended into the very fabric of societal order and judicial process. The concept of heresy, for instance, was not merely a theological disagreement. It was a crime against God and the state, often carrying the harshest penalties. The Church's courts, with their own labyrinthine procedures and their own body of law, the canon law, often overlapped with, and sometimes superseded, secular jurisdiction. This created a dizzying array of legal frameworks, where a man could be tried for the same offense by both a bishop and a baron, with entirely different outcomes and punishments. The Church's immense wealth and land holdings also made it a significant political player in its alignment with or opposition to a particular lord or king could sway the course of justice in a region as effectively as any army. Furthermore, the Church was the primary custodian of learning and literacy. In an age where few could read or write, the clergy were the scribes, the scholars, and crucially, the interpreters of God's will. This gave them an immeasurable advantage in shaping public perception and influencing legal outcomes. When a nobleman sought to legitimize a particular judgment or to consolidate his power, he could often count on the Church's endorsement, provided, of course, that his actions aligned with its interests. The concept of divine right, so central to royal authority, was heavily propagated and reinforced by the Church, adding a layer of sacred legitimacy to the often brutal realities of feudal power. It was a symbiotic relationship. The church provided spiritual and intellectual authority, while the secular rulers provided protection, patronage, and a fertile ground for the church's own earthly power to flourish. This intertwining of religious and secular authority meant that even the most mundane legal dispute could quickly become entangled with matters of sin, salvation, and divine judgment. Accusations of theft might be framed as violations of God's commandment against stealing, while disputes over land could be interpreted as a challenge to the divinely ordained feudal hierarchy. This pervasive theological framework provided a ready made justification for the established order, ensuring that any challenge to that order was not just a legal or political offense, but a spiritual one, a defiance of God Himself. The fear of eternal damnation was a powerful motivator, and the church's ability to threaten or promise salvation could be wielded as effectively as any sword or dungeon. The influence of feudal lords was, of course, equally profound. In a society structured around reciprocal obligations and loyalties, justice was inherently personal. A lord's court was not an abstract institution. It was an extension of his will, his reputation, and his power. When a dispute arose within his domain, it was his responsibility to resolve it, not out of a commitment to abstract principles of fairness, but to maintain order, to uphold his own authority, and to ensure the smooth functioning of the manorial economy. This meant that a lord's personal biases, his relationships with the parties involved, and his own economic interests were inextricably woven into the legal process. A nobleman's word, as mentioned, carried immense weight, not simply because of his status, but because his reputation and his ability to command loyalty were paramount to his position. To question a lord's judgment was to question his very right to rule, a dangerous proposition for anyone involved. This meant that even if a lord knew he was in the wrong, admitting it would be a sign of weakness, undermining his authority, and potentially encouraging further challenges from rivals or subjects. Consequently, the legal pronouncements of a lord were often designed to reinforce his power and prestige, regardless of the factual merits of the case. The concept of honor was also a significant factor. A lord's honor, and by extension, the honor of his family and his lineage, was a precious commodity. Disputes that touched upon a lord's honor, such as accusations of disloyalty or insult, were treated with the utmost gravity. The legal proceedings in such cases were often less about uncovering the truth and more about publicly vindicating the Lord's honor, often through harsh and exemplary punishments for the accused. This personal investment in the outcome of legal proceedings meant that justice was rarely impartial. It was, in fact, a tool for maintaining the Lord's dominance and his social standing. The system of oaths and pledges was another critical element that solidified the power of the elite. Oaths were not mere promises, they were sacred covenants, often sworn upon relics or the Holy Scriptures, binding individuals to their word under threat of divine retribution. However, the enforcement of these oaths was uneven. A peasant who broke an oath to his lord might face severe punishment, while a lord who violated an oath to his vassals might escape consequence, relying on his power to renegotiate terms or simply to ignore the broken promise. The ability to command oaths from those below you was a direct reflection of your authority, and the willingness of those below you to swear those oaths was a testament to your power and the effectiveness of your system of rewards and punishments. The pervasiveness of superstition further amplified the power of the ruling class. When inexplicable events occurred, a sudden storm, a blight on the crops, a mysterious illness, the common folk, steeped in the belief of unseen forces, would often look for a scapegoat. If the ruling lords or the church declared that a particular individual was the cause, perhaps through witchcraft or divine displeasure, their pronouncements carried immense weight. The fear of the unknown, coupled with the ingrained respect for authority, made it easy for those in power to direct suspicion and blame, thus diverting attention from any potential failings of their own. This environment, where the word of a nobleman was law, the church held sway over both spiritual and temporal matters, and superstition was a potent force, created a justice system that was deeply inequitable and often wildly irrational. The very air in the castle halls and the town squares was thick with these influences, shaping every accusation, every plea, and every judgment. It was a world where fairness was a secondary concern, subservient to the preservation of power, the maintenance of social order, and the appeasement of both earthly and heavenly authorities. The notion of evidence, as we understand it, was a foreign concept in many medieval courts. What constituted proof was often dictated by social standing and religious belief rather than empirical observation. The testimony of a noble was inherently more credible than that of a peasant, not because of any inherent truthfulness, but because his social position lent him an aura of authority. A nobleman's word was often accepted at face value, while a peasant's testimony might be scrutinized, dismissed, or even seen as presumptuous. This created a profound imbalance, where the powerful could accuse with impunity, knowing their claims would likely be believed, while the weak often struggled to have their innocence acknowledged. The church, in its quest to ascertain guilt, often relied on methods that bypassed rational inquiry altogether. Trials by ordeal, which we will explore in greater detail, were a prime example. These were not trials of evidence in any recognizable sense, but rather attempts to solicit a divine verdict. The assumption was that God would intervene to protect the innocent, a belief that, while comforting to the devout, often led to the innocent suffering terrible fates. Similarly, the pronouncements of church officials, particularly those involved in inquisitorial processes, could carry significant weight. Their interpretations of Scripture, their understanding of heresy, and their pronouncements on demonic influence were often taken as definitive proof, regardless of any corroborating evidence. The influence of feudal lords was equally potent in shaping what was considered admissible proof. A lord might have a vested interest in the outcome of a dispute, perhaps seeking to seize the property of an accused party or to make an example of a troublemaker. In such cases, evidence that supported the lord's desired outcome, however flimsy, would be favored, while evidence that contradicted it would be disregarded. This could manifest in various ways. A lord might pressure witnesses to testify in a certain manner, ignore inconvenient alibis, or outright fabricate accusations. The legal process became a theater of power, where the script was written by the dominant authority. Furthermore, the social fabric of medieval communities played a significant role in how evidence was perceived and presented. In tightly knit villages, personal relationships, rivalries, and long held grudges could heavily influence testimony. A neighbor might testify against someone they disliked, not because of any wrongdoing, but out of personal animosity. Conversely, friends and allies might provide false testimony to protect one another. The concept of compurgation, where a defendant brought a number of oath helpers to swear to their innocence, exemplifies this reliance on social bonds over factual evidence. While ostensibly a measure to vouch for a person's character, it was often a matter of marshaling enough friends and associates, regardless of their knowledge of the actual events. The legal system was also deeply intertwined with the concept of public order. Crimes were not just offenses against individuals, they were disruptions to the divinely ordained social hierarchy and the peace of the community. Therefore, the public demonstration of justice, the spectacle of a trial, and its outcome was as important as the verdict itself. Harsh punishments and public punishments served as a deterrent, reinforcing the power of the authorities and the consequences of defying them. This performative aspect of justice often overshadowed the search for truth. The goal was not necessarily to determine guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, but to maintain order and to project an image of unyielding authority. In essence, the medieval legal system operated in a realm where whispers of influence, the weight of sacred oaths, and the pronouncements of the powerful often carried far more conviction than any tangible evidence. It was a world where superstition was a valid form of reasoning, where divine intervention was a plausible legal argument, and where a nobleman's word could be more damning than 1,000 witnesses. The stage was thus set for a series of trials that would defy logic, embrace the absurd, and leave us centuries later marveling at the sheer audacity of a system that could, with a straight face, hand justice over to the heavens, the strength of an arm, or the whim of a lord. The gavel might have sounded, but it was the whispers and the oaths that truly ruled this fascinating, terrifying, and darkly humorous realm. The medieval legal landscape, as we've begun to sketch, was a realm where tangible evidence often took a back seat to the pronouncements of power and the whispers of faith. But perhaps the most stark, the most existentially terrifying manifestation of this bias was the reliance on trials by ordeal. Forget your modern notions of cross examination, your meticulous presentation of facts, your reasonable doubt. In these instances, justice wasn't sought in the earthly realm of human fallibility. It was directly solicited from the Almighty Himself. The accused wasn't facing a jury of peers, but a divine arbiter whose judgment was delivered through excruciating physical tests. The very idea, when stripped of its theological veneer, is breathtakingly absurd. Imagine the meticulous preparation for a trial, only to have the verdict determined by whether your scalded hand healed nicely or whether you sank in water. The concept underpinning these ordeals was deceptively simple. God, in His infinite wisdom and justice, would not permit an innocent person to suffer unnecessarily. Therefore, if an accused individual could successfully navigate a perilous trial, their survival and subsequent recovery would be irrefutable proof of their innocence. Conversely, failure, injury, or death during the ordeal was interpreted as a clear sign of divine condemnation, an admission of guilt delivered from on high. This wasn't a system designed to find factual truth, It was a desperate, often brutal attempt to ascertain divine will, to bypass the messy, fallible business of human judgment and appeal directly to a higher, supposedly infallible authority. The logic, twisted as it may seem to us, was that God would intervene to save the righteous and punish the wicked. The grim irony, of course, was that often the wicked were simply tougher, luckier, or perhaps less susceptible to severe burns. The specific forms these ordeals could take were as varied as they were terrifying, each designed to push the accused to their absolute limit, with the implicit understanding that God would provide the means of escape for the truly innocent. One of the most common was the ordeal by hot iron. The accused would be presented with a piece of iron, often heated to a white hot glow. They might be required to hold it for a specified period, or perhaps carry it a certain distance, or even bite it. The wound would then be bandaged, and after a set number of days, usually 3, the bandage would be removed and examined. If the wound was clean and beginning to heal, the person was deemed innocent. If it was festering, infected, or showing signs of serious injury, they were guilty. The thought of a medieval surgeon, likely with hands as grimy as the courtroom floor, inspecting a burn and declaring it either divinely sanctioned or the mark of the devil, is a darkly comedic image that perfectly encapsulates the era's bizarre approach to justice. The sheer expectation that divine intervention would manifest as antiseptic properties in a wound is frankly astounding. Then there was the ordeal by boiling water, a procedure that sounds less like a trial and more like a medieval spa treatment gone horribly, horribly wrong. The accused would be commanded to plunge their hand or arm into a cauldron of boiling water to retrieve a stone or ring submerged at a certain depth. The depth varied, with deeper submersion naturally implying a more severe test, and thus, according to the logic, a stronger affirmation of innocence if survived. The limb was then bandaged, and the outcome assessed in the same manner as the hot iron ordeal. One can only imagine the primal scream that would accompany such an ordeal, a sound that in the mind of the accuser and the onlookers would be interpreted not as pain, but as the very voice of God in the victim's throat. The belief that God would prevent the water from searing flesh, or that the divine touch would magically heal, would have been a powerful, if utterly diluted, comfort. The ordeal by cold water, while perhaps seemingly less violent, was no less potent in its conviction. The accused would be bound, often with their right hand tied to their left foot, and vice versa, and then thrown into a body of water. If they sank, they were innocent. If they floated, they were guilty. The rationale here was that pure water, blessed by God, would reject the impure, the sinful, the guilty, allowing them to remain on the surface like a cork. The innocent, conversely, would be embraced by the water, accepted into its depths. The grim reality was that many people, regardless of their guilt or innocence, simply found it difficult to sink in water, especially when bound. This meant that the innocent were often drowned, their watery grave interpreted not as a tragic accident of the ordeal, but as divine confirmation of their sin. The water, in this instance, became a rather unforgiving confessor. Beyond these more common elemental trials, there were also the ordeals of combat or judicial duels. This was a particularly favored method amongst the nobility, where disputes, especially those concerning honor or serious accusations, could be settled by a fight to the death. The theory was that God would grant strength and victory to the righteous. If the accused fighter prevailed, they were proven innocent. If they were defeated, they were deemed guilty. This was, in many ways, the most visceral and dramatic of the ordeals, transforming the courtroom into a battlefield. It was a spectacle, a terrifying demonstration of supposed divine favor, where the outcome was decided not by any evidence presented, but by the skill of the swordsman and the perceived justice of their cause, as judged by God through the medium of bloodshed. It's a chilling thought that life and death, freedom and condemnation could hinge on the outcome of a brutal, bloody brawl, all under the supposed watchful eye of a benevolent deity. The procedures themselves were often highly ritualized and deeply ingrained with religious significance. Before the ordeal, the accused would typically spend days in prayer and fasting, confessing their sins and seeking divine guidance. The ordeal would then be preceded by Mass, with the accused often partaking in the Eucharist, a profound act of faith and a desperate plea for divine intercession. Clergymen would bless the instruments of torture, the iron, the water, the weapons, imbuing them with sacred power. This religious solemnity lent an undeniable weight to the proceedings, transforming a barbaric act into a sacred ritual. It was a potent psychological tool designed to convince both the accused and the onlookers that they were not merely witnessing a physical ordeal, but participating in a divine judgment. The belief that God would actively intervene, either by miraculously healing a wound or by empowering a fighter, was a cornerstone of this system, and it was a belief that had devastating consequences for the innocent. The interpretation of the results was, of course, entirely in the hands of the presiding authority, the Lord, the bishop, or whoever held jurisdiction. Even if an accused person survived the ordeal with a miraculously clean wound, a clever judge could still find ways to twist the outcome. Perhaps the healing was too quick, indicating sorcery, or perhaps the surviving wound was still deemed a sign of divine displeasure, a minor failing that nonetheless implied guilt. Conversely, a fighter who emerged victorious, but clearly injured, might still be seen as having displeased God, their survival merely a temporary reprieve. The flexibility in interpretation meant that the accused was often trapped, regardless of the outcome. If they survived a painful ordeal, they might be condemned for showing resilience through unholy means. If they succumbed, they were obviously guilty. The sheer brutality of these trials is difficult to fully comprehend from our modern perspective. Imagine the agonizing pain, the terror of sinking into darkness, or the fear of grappling with an opponent whose sole purpose was to kill you, all while believing that your very soul was on the line. The physical toll was immense, and even for those deemed innocent by surviving, the scars, both physical and psychological, were often profound. They carried the mark of the ordeal, a constant reminder of the ordeal they had undergone and the divine judgment they had supposedly passed. The effectiveness of trials by ordeal as a means of justice is, by any modern standard, demonstrably negligible. Innocent individuals perished, their lives extinguished not by their own wrongdoing, but by the flawed logic of a legal system that deferred to supernatural intervention. Conversely, those who possessed a higher pain tolerance, greater physical strength, or simply a streak of uncanny luck could walk free from accusations of even the most heinous crimes. The system was a gamble, a high stakes lottery where God was the ultimate and often indifferent dealer. It wasn't about finding the truth, it was about appeasing a perceived divine mandate, about maintaining the facade of a just God, even when the evidence pointed to a system rife with suffering and injustice. The very act of subjecting a human being to such extreme duress in the name of justice speaks volumes about the desperate, often misguided attempts of medieval society to grapple with the complexities of guilt, innocence, and the inscrutable will of the heavens. It was a time when the answer to who is guilty was often found not in the courtroom, but in the scorching heat of an iron bar, the murky depths of a river, or the desperate clash of steel. And the verdict, delivered through these brutal means, was chillingly final, cloaked in the undeniable authority of divine pronouncement, even as it so often served to condemn the innocent and embolden the guilty. The grim humor, then, lies not just in the absurdity of the methods, but in the profound human capacity to believe that such methods could possibly yield true justice rather than simply more suffering. Forget reasoned arguments. In medieval times, justice was often settled with sharpened steel. This section delves into the dramatic and bloody spectacle of trial by combat. We'll explore the elaborate rules, the religious solemnities preceding the fight, and the sheer physical prowess required to prove one's innocence or guilt. The narrative will highlight notorious examples, showcasing how the strength of an arm and the sharpness of a blade could determine a verdict, leaving spectators awestruck and the loser definitively and fatally wrong. It's justice served with a side of mortal peril. The medieval legal system, in its relentless pursuit of divine favor, often turned the courtroom into an arena and the proceedings into a death match. While ordeals by water and fire tested the physical endurance and presumed purity of the accused, the trial by combat, or judicial duel, injected a decidedly more visceral and martial element into the pursuit of justice. This was not about deciphering God's will through the miraculous healing of a scalded hand, but through the raw, unadulterated clash of human will and physical might. The underlying tenet remained the same, that God would intervene, not to miraculously mend flesh, but to empower the righteous and strike down the wicked. In essence, the battlefield became the ultimate confessional, the clang of steel the sacred hymns, and the victor's bloodied sword a divine decree. It was a system that appealed to a society that understood power, courage, and the stark finality of life and death in a way that abstract legal arguments could never fully capture. The visual drama was undeniable, a solemn assembly, a holy blessing, and then two individuals pledged to their cause and, ostensibly, to God, hacking at each other until one fell. It was theater, it was faith, and it was, above all, brutally effective in its simplicity, even if that simplicity often meant a severe miscarriage of justice. The concept of trial by combat wasn't entirely devoid of a certain, albeit twisted, logic. For the nobility, whose lives were often defined by martial prowess and codes of honor, this was a fitting, even elegant way to settle disputes. Why subject a knight to the indignity of a jury of commoners, or the uncertainty of an ordeal by hot iron, when his worthiness could be so clearly demonstrated on the field of battle? A proven warrior, one who had faced death on the battlefield, was in the eyes of many inherently more trustworthy, his very survival a testament to his divine favor. The rules of engagement, while seemingly chaotic to an outsider, were often meticulously laid out, a strange blend of martial tradition and legalistic precision. The combatants were typically armed with swords, shields, and sometimes daggers. The combat was usually fought until one party yielded, was incapacitated, or was killed. Surrender, however, was a complex affair. If an accused person surrendered, they were considered to have admitted guilt and were often executed or suffered severe penalties. This meant that the fight to the death was often the only true outcome, as surrender carried its own damning verdict. The very act of choosing to fight, to put one's life on the line, was itself seen as a testament to the righteousness of one's cause. Before the fateful encounter, the rituals were as important as the preparation for war. Both combatants would typically spend the night before the duel in prayer and fasting, seeking divine strength and guidance. They would attend Mass, often receiving Holy Communion, a profound act of faith that underscored the belief that they were acting under God's direct purview. The weapons themselves were not merely tools of destruction. They were blessed, imbued with spiritual significance, by priests who would invoke divine protection and favor for the bearer. This infusion of religious solemnity transformed the impending bloodshed into a sacred rite, a public demonstration of faith where the divine arbiter would manifest through the skill and strength of the human combatant. The accuser and the accused would stand before the assembled crowd, the court officials, and the clergy, their lives hanging in the balance, all eyes fixed on them as instruments of God's will. The silence before the first blow was struck would have been deafening, pregnant with anticipation and the heavy weight of divine judgment. One of the most enduring and frankly absurd aspects of the trial by combat was the provision for champions. If a party was too young, too old, too infirm, or simply unwilling to face the rigors of the duel, they could appoint a champion, a skilled warrior who would fight on their behalf. This introduced another layer of complexity, and dare I say, dark humor. The justice of your cause was now being represented not by you, but by someone you hired, someone whose martial prowess might be entirely unrelated to your own innocence or guilt. Imagine the scene: a frail old woman accused of witchcraft, her case being argued in the blood-soaked arena by a hulking mercenary whose only concern was collecting his fee. The notion that God would favor the hired sword of a wrongfully accused person over the genuine, albeit weak, plea of the innocent was a rather generous interpretation of divine intervention. However, this practice also speaks to the deeply ingrained social stratification of the era. The nobility could afford the best champions, thus increasing their odds of a favorable divine verdict, a system that inherently favored the wealthy and powerful, regardless of the truth. The rules, however, were not entirely about brute force. There were often specific regulations regarding what constituted a fair fight. For instance, a combatant who was unhorsed might be given a chance to remount, or the fight might continue on foot. Injured combatants could sometimes request mercy, though this was rarely granted if the fight was seen as a matter of life and death. The duel typically ended when one combatant was killed, yielded, or was rendered unable to continue. The victor would then approach the presiding authority, often a king or a high ranking noble, and declare their triumph, their victory serving as irrefutable proof of their innocence or the guilt of their opponent. The loser, if still alive, would then face the predetermined punishment, their life forfeit due to the divinely sanctioned verdict. The crowd's reaction would be electric, a roar of approval for the victor, a murmur of sympathy or scorn for the vanquished. A famous, or perhaps infamous, example of trial by combat in action occurred in England in the 14th century. In 1387, Sir John de Courcy challenged Sir William de Braos to a duel to settle a dispute over land. The challenge was accepted, and the duel was to be held before King Richard II himself. Both men were renowned knights, and the stakes were high. The ceremony leading up to the combat was elaborate, with prayers, blessings, and the formal presentation of their arms. The ensuing fight was brutal and prolonged, a testament to the skill and determination of both warriors. After an intense exchange, de Brassé was unhorsed and wounded. He fought on foot, but was eventually disarmed and forced to yield. De Courcy was declared the victor, his claim to the land upheld, and de Braos was subjected to a severe penalty, his honor and perhaps his fortune severely diminished. The crowd, witnessing this display of martial justice, would have been left in no doubt as to who God favored. Another instance, though one that highlights the potential for corruption within the system, involved a French nobleman, Jean de Carouge, and his squire, Jacques Legris, in 1386. Carouges accused Legris of raping his wife, Marguerite. Legris, a man of considerable influence and powerful connections, vehemently denied the accusation. With no other means of recourse, and given the gravity of the accusation, a trial by combat was ordered. The entire affair was so significant that it captured the attention of King Charles VI himself, who presided over the gruesome spectacle. Marguerite, dressed in black, was present, a silent testament to her alleged suffering. The duel was fought in the presence of a vast crowd, and the outcome was, to Carriages, a clear sign of divine vindication. Legris fell, fatally wounded, and as he lay dying on the field, he was heard to proclaim his innocence. This, of course, only added a layer of tragic irony to an already grim affair. Carouges was hailed as a hero, his wife's honor seemingly restored, and the justice of God seemingly upheld. Yet, the lingering question of Legris's dying words and the inherent unreliability of a verdict delivered by the edge of a sword remained. It's a scenario that perfectly encapsulates the era's reliance on dramatic, decisive, and often brutally final pronouncements, where the truth was less important than a clear, unambiguous outcome. The societal impact of trial by combat was significant. It reinforced the martial ethos that pervaded medieval society, elevating warriors and their skills to a position of immense prestige. It also provided a visible, tangible manifestation of divine power, a way for the common people to witness God's judgment in action, even if that judgment was delivered through the bloody medium of a duel. The pageantry and spectacle surrounding these combats made them popular public events, drawing large crowds who would cheer for their favored champion, placing bets on the outcome, and generally treating the proceedings as a form of brutal entertainment. This public engagement with the legal system, however superficial, did serve to legitimize the judicial process in the eyes of the populace, reinforcing their faith in a system that, at its core, was deeply flawed. The very spectacle of it all, the bravery, the fear, the finality, held a powerful sway over the medieval imagination. It was a stark reminder that life was precarious, that honor was paramount, and that divine favor was a prize worth fighting and dying for. The decline of trial by combat was a slow, gradual process driven by a confluence of factors, including the increasing sophistication of legal thought, the growing influence of canon law, and the simple, albeit grim, realization that it was a terribly inefficient and often unjust method of dispensing justice. As literacy rates improved and the foundations of more rational legal systems were laid, the reliance on divine intervention through violence began to wane. However, for centuries, the clang of steel in the name of justice echoed through the annals of history, a brutal testament to a time when might truly did make right, at least in the bloody arena of the medieval courtroom. The image of a knight, his armor glinting in the sun, his sword raised in a final, desperate plea for divine favor, remains a potent symbol of this bygone era, a darkly compelling chapter in the long and often bloody story of human justice. It was a system built on faith, fear, and the undeniable, if often tragic, power of the sword. Forget the serene, deliberative juries of modern courts. In the medieval era, the path to justice was often paved with an entirely different sort of, well, collaboration. The jury, if you could even call it that by our contemporary standards, was less a panel of impartial arbiters and more a precarious assembly of neighbors, allies, and perhaps even enemies, all deeply enmeshed in the intricate social tapestry of their time. These were not men and women plucked from obscurity to weigh evidence dispassionately. They were individuals with existing allegiances, simmering resentments, and very real personal stakes in the outcome of the proceedings. To understand how a verdict was reached in these times is to understand the power of the whispered word, the weight of a patron's favor, and the sharp sting of a personal feud. The very notion of an objective jury, dedicated solely to the pursuit of truth, would have been as alien as a flying buttress in a desert. The system of compurgation, also known as the oath-helping or wager of law, serves as a stark and frankly rather amusing illustration of this fundamentally different approach to determining guilt or innocence. Imagine this. You stand accused not of petty theft, but perhaps of a more serious transgression. The court, rather than summoning witnesses to present evidence of your misdeeds, simply asks you to bring forth a certain number of individuals, typically 12, for that extra layer of biblical gravitas, who are willing to swear on their immortal souls that you are telling the truth, that you are innocent. These were not people who had witnessed the crime, nor were they necessarily privy to any facts of the matter. Their qualification, their sole purpose, was their willingness to vouch for your character, and more importantly, to swear that you, the accused, were speaking truthfully when you proclaimed your innocence. In essence, their oath was not about the facts of the case, but about their faith in your word and their willingness to risk divine retribution should they be lying. This practice, born from a desire to avoid the perceived barbarity of ordeals by water or fire, inadvertently opened a veritable Pandora's box of social manipulation and outright bribery. For a defendant with the right connections, or simply the deepest pockets, assembling a panel of oath helpers was less about finding honest folk and more about finding those most susceptible to persuasion. A powerful lord could easily command his retainers to swear for any accused individual favored by their master. A wealthy merchant might offer a substantial sum to 12 men of good standing to clear his name, regardless of his actual culpability. Conversely, a person without such influence found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Their potential oath helpers might be too intimidated by the local authority to risk their own safety and reputation, or they might simply be too impoverished to afford the risk of lying under oath, a risk that often translated into tangible threats of ostracism or worse. The court, in its pursuit of a seemingly less violent justice, had stumbled into a system where influence and financial clout spoke far louder than any semblance of truth. The selection of these jurors, or rather oath helpers, was rarely a neutral process. The presiding official, be it a lord, a sheriff, or a bailiff, had considerable leeway in choosing who would sit in judgment, or rather, who would swear on behalf of the accused. This power was, as one might expect, frequently abused. Favors were exchanged, and grudges were nursed through the judicial process. A juror known to be friendly with the accused might be subtly encouraged to recuse themselves, while an individual with a known animosity towards the accused might be chosen to ensure a difficult path to acquittal. Imagine the scene: a man accused of poaching, his freedom resting not on whether he was caught with the king's deer, but on whether his uncle, a minor landowner with a deep-seated dislike for the local reeve, could be persuaded to bring 11 other men to swear he was on his deathbed when the alleged poaching occurred. The reeve, naturally, might have his own grievances against the uncle, and thus might deliberately select jurors known to hold a grudge against both the accused and his uncle, ensuring a swift and damning verdict. The concept of feuds played an equally, if not more, corrosive role. Medieval society was a hotbed of interfamily rivalries and personal vendettas, and the jury box was not immune to these deep-seated animosities. If the accused belonged to a family locked in a bitter dispute with another, it was almost a foregone conclusion that members of the opposing family, if selected, would vote to condemn, irrespective of any evidence. Their verdict was simply a continuation of the ongoing conflict, played out on a different stage. Conversely, a juror might feel a sense of loyalty towards the accused, or perhaps a shared history of mutual support. This could manifest as a willingness to overlook clear evidence of guilt, to twist facts, or to outright lie under oath, all in service of protecting a friend or an ally. The deliberation, if it could even be called that, was often a tense negotiation, a weighing of personal loyalties against the potential consequences of defying social pressure or direct threats. Consider a hypothetical scenario, rife with the dark humor of the era. A baker is accused of shortchanging a customer, a minor offense perhaps, but enough to warrant a local inquiry. The jury summoned might include the very customer who lodged the complaint, the baker's arch rival from the next village, the baker's disgruntled former apprentice, and a few individuals who owed the baker significant debts. The outcome would be a foregone conclusion, dictated not by the weight of the bread or the accuracy of the scales, but by the personal history and social connections of the jurors. The rival baker would undoubtedly vote guilty, eager to see his competitor ruined. The disgruntled apprentice, nursing a grievance over unpaid wages, would do the same. The customers who owed the baker money, they might be pressured by the presiding official, who perhaps had their own dealings with the baker, to do the right thing and ensure his conviction, thereby absolving themselves of their debts in a rather indirect but effective manner. The very process was a master class in how not to achieve justice. The oaths themselves were designed to be potent. Jurors swore to God, to the saints, and to the king to deliver a true verdict according to their conscience and the evidence presented. However, the medieval conscience was a far more malleable thing than our modern sensibilities might appreciate. Conscience could be heavily influenced by fear, by loyalty, by the promise of reward, or by the threat of punishment. A juror who dared to acquit someone powerful, or someone whose family had sway in the region, might find themselves facing the wrath of that very power. Conversely, a juror who voted to convict someone who had crossed a prominent figure might find themselves rewarded with land, titles, or simply the continued favor of the powerful. This created a perverse incentive structure where justice was often a secondary consideration, if it was a consideration at all. The juror's primary concern was often self-preservation and the advancement of their own social or economic standing. The concept of not guilty by reason of insanity was, of course, a foreign concept. A person's mental state was rarely a factor in determining culpability, unless it was so profoundly obvious that it made their actions appear almost animalistic. Even then, the underlying principle remained. If you did the deed, and you were of sound enough mind to comprehend your actions, then you were responsible. The notion that mental illness could mitigate guilt was simply not part of the legal or social understanding of the time. This often meant that individuals who were clearly suffering from severe psychological distress were treated with the same severity as anyone else, their verdicts being delivered by juries who were themselves operating within a system that prioritized social order and the appeasement of the powerful over nuanced understanding of individual circumstances. The influence of the local lord or landowner was paramount. In many cases, those individuals were the ultimate arbiters of justice within their territories. The juries, often drawn from the ranks of freeholders and tenants on their land, were acutely aware of their lord's wishes. If a lord had a vested interest in the outcome of a case, whether it involved a dispute over land, a debt owed to him, or simply a personal vendetta against one of the parties, he could exert immense pressure on the jury. This pressure could be subtle, a pointed glance, a remark made in passing, or it could be overt, a direct command delivered before the proceedings began. The threat of eviction, of financial ruin, or even of physical harm was a powerful tool in the Lord's arsenal, ensuring that the verdict often reflected his desires rather than the truth of the matter. Consider the case of a serf accused of stealing grain from his lord's storehouse. The jury summoned to hear the case might consist entirely of other serfs, all beholden to the same lord. Their fear of repercussions, their desire to maintain their precarious position, would heavily influence their decision, even if they knew with absolute certainty that the serf had been framed or that the grain had been taken by someone else, they would likely return a verdict of guilty to avoid incurring the Lord's displeasure. The justice they delivered was not based on evidence, but on a grim calculus of self preservation. The Lord, in turn, would use this justice to reinforce his authority, demonstrating that any transgression, no matter how minor, would be met with swift and severe punishment, thereby deterring future dissent. Furthermore, the concept of perjury was often treated with less gravity than one might imagine, particularly when it served a perceived greater good, such as protecting the community from an overzealous or corrupt official, or shielding an innocent person from unjust punishment. While formal penalties for perjury existed, their enforcement was often selective. A juror who perjured themselves to protect a neighbor from a harsh sentence might face little to no consequence, especially if their actions were tacitly approved by the wider community. This created a culture where lying for a good cause was almost a civic duty, further eroding the foundations of a truly impartial justice system. The lines between truth, loyalty, and expediency were perpetually blurred, creating a legal landscape where justice was often a matter of who you knew and who you were willing to offend. The selection process for juries was also often a matter of social hierarchy. While the ideal was to have men of good standing, the reality was that those with wealth and influence were more likely to be chosen, as their oaths were considered more worthy or reliable by some authorities. However, this also meant they were more likely to be involved in the very social networks that influenced their decisions. A jury composed of wealthy landowners might be more inclined to rule in favor of another landowner in a property dispute, simply because they shared similar interests and social standing. The common man, the peasant farmer, or the struggling artisan was often excluded, not through explicit prohibition, but through the practicalities of who had the time, the means, and the social capital to participate in such proceedings. This further skewed the scales of justice, ensuring that the legal system often served the interests of the elite. The ramifications of a faulty verdict were, of course, severe. For the wrongly accused, it could mean ruin, imprisonment, or even death. For the guilty, it could mean a continued reign of terror, emboldened by their successful evasion of justice. And for the jurors themselves, the consequences of making the wrong decision, the decision that displeased their lord, their neighbors, or defied the prevailing social order, could be equally dire. This constant pressure, this intricate dance of loyalty, fear, and self-interest made the medieval jury a fascinating, if deeply flawed, institution. It was a microcosm of the society that produced it, a society where justice was rarely blind, but was instead perpetually peering over its shoulder, assessing the social landscape and the powerful figures who shaped it. The jury box was not a sanctuary of truth, but a battlefield of allegiances, where verdicts were often won and lost, not through evidence, but through the subtle and sometimes brutal machinations of medieval social and political life. The very notion of a fair trial was a luxury that few could afford, and even fewer could truly expect. When the whispered persuasions of patrons and the calculated loyalties of neighbors proved insufficient, medieval justice possessed a more direct approach to securing admissions of guilt. Forget the delicate dance of social influence. We now venture into the realm where reason truly fled, and the only conversation that mattered was the one conducted through sheer, unadulterated agony. This wasn't about planting seeds of doubt or encouraging favorable testimonies. This was about meticulously dismantling a human being until the desired words, any words, tumbled forth like broken teeth. It was an era that understood with chilling clarity that the body could be persuaded far more readily than the mind, especially when the persuasion involved instruments designed for the express purpose of causing unimaginable suffering. The very notion of innocent until proven guilty was a quaint, modern fantasy. Here, the burden of proof often rested on the ability of the accused to withstand an onslaught of pain so profound it could shatter even the most innocent of wills. The legal frameworks of the time, while ostensibly seeking truth, were often tragically myopic in their methods. The spectacle of a writhing suspect on the rack, or the chilling silence broken only by the creak of straining limbs, was not viewed as a perversion of justice, but rather as a necessary, albeit unpleasant, stage in its pursuit. The underlying and deeply flawed philosophy was that an innocent person, fortified by the righteousness of their cause, would somehow be able to endure these torments, perhaps even divinely protected from their worst effects. Conversely, a guilty party, burdened by the weight of their sin, would inevitably break. Their confession a testament to their inner corruption, finally manifesting in outward, agonizing truth. This, of course, ignored the simple biological reality that extreme pain is a universal human experience, and the desire to end it often supersedes any commitment to veracity. Among the most iconic and indeed terrifying instruments of this persuasion was the rack. Imagine being stretched, limb by limb, as ropes or chains tightened, pulling your joints from their sockets with a series of sickening pops and tears. The sensation was not merely painful, it was a systematic obliteration of bodily integrity. As the tension increased, muscles would tear, ligaments would snap, and the sheer force would threaten to pull the very sinews from the bone. The interrogator, a figure often draped in the authority of the court, would then pose their questions, their voice a detached counterpoint to the screams that surely followed. Where did you hide the stolen goods? Who aided you in the conspiracy? And the response, born not of knowledge but of an overwhelming imperative to make the torment cease, would be whatever the interrogator wished to hear. A false confession, a desperate fabrication, became the price of even a moment's respite from the unbearable. Then there was the Iron Maiden, a much later, though no less gruesome invention that truly embodies the medieval penchant for elaborate cruelty. Picture a towering sarcophagus, its interior studded with sharpened spikes, carefully positioned to pierce the body of the victim with excruciating precision as the doors were slowly, inexorably closed. The aim was not necessarily to kill quickly, but to inflict a slow, agonizing death, each movement of the doors bringing fresh ways of impalement. The victim, trapped within this metal tomb, would be subjected to an intimate and horrific violation of their person. The spikes, designed to avoid vital organs for as long as possible, would instead target flesh and muscle, ensuring a prolonged period of agony. The confession, when it finally came, would be a desperate plea for the closing to stop, a promise to admit to anything, to do anything, to escape the suffocating embrace of the iron spikes. The strappado offered yet another variation on the theme of bodily persuasion. The condemned would have their hands bound behind their back, and a rope would be passed through a pulley above, attaching them to their wrists. They would then be hoisted into the air, their full weight pulling their shoulders out of their sockets. To intensify the torment, weights could be added to their feet, or they might be suddenly dropped, only to be yanked back up before their feet hit the ground, creating a jarring, bone-shattering jolt. The visual of a person suspended, contorting in midair, their own body a weapon turned against itself, is a stark reminder of the depths to which the pursuit of a confession could descend. The interrogator would stand below, patiently waiting for the confession, the rhythmic groaning of the pulley, a morbid accompaniment to the unfolding investigation. The thumbscrews provided a more focused, albeit no less horrific form of torture. These were small, brutal devices that clamped down on the thumb, or later the fingers, with increasing pressure. The sensation was one of intense, localized pain, the bone being crushed, the flesh being mangled. Each turn of the screw brought the suspect closer to the point where their digits would be irreversibly damaged or even severed. The interrogator would observe the sweat beading on the suspect's brow, the involuntary tremors, the choked gasps, and press on, unwavering, until the desired admission was achieved. This was a method favored for its relative cleanliness compared to the more visceral tortures, but no less effective in its capacity to break a person's resolve. Even seemingly simpler methods, like the cauterization with hot irons or the breaking wheel, represented a sophisticated understanding of how to manipulate the human body for the purpose of extracting information. The cauterization, involving the application of red-hot metal to sensitive parts of the body, would cause searing pain and immediate blistering, leaving permanent scars as a testament to the interrogation. The breaking wheel, a more elaborate and gruesome affair, involved strapping the victim to a large wheel and then systematically breaking their bones with a hammer or an iron bar. The prolonged suffering involved in this method, often leaving the victim alive, but broken and exposed on the wheel for extended periods, was designed to be a stark warning to others, as well as a final, desperate attempt to elicit a confession. The sheer variety of these instruments speaks to a grim ingenuity, a continuous refinement of techniques designed to push the human body to its absolute limits. Each device had its own unique capacity for inflicting pain and causing psychological trauma. The Iron Maiden promised a slow, piercing death. The rack offered a more systematic dismemberment. The strappado provided the agony of dislocation, and the thumbscrews delivered a focused, bone-crushing torment. The common thread was the absolute disregard for the suspect's well-being, the reduction of a human being to a mere vessel of pain, whose sole purpose was to yield the information demanded by their tormentors. The ethical vacuum surrounding these practices was, to our modern sensibilities, staggering. Confessions obtained under such duress were, in the eyes of the law, considered perfectly valid. The screams, the pleas, the desperate pronouncements of guilt, all were meticulously recorded and presented as irrefutable evidence. The reasoning, if one could call it that, was that only the truly guilty would confess under such circumstances. The sheer force of the pain, it was argued, would drive anyone to confess. but a confession from someone who was innocent would be a testament to their extraordinary moral fortitude. This twisted logic conveniently ignored the fundamental human instinct for self preservation, the overwhelming biological imperative to escape pain by any means necessary. The consequence of this pervasive reliance on torture was the widespread proliferation of false confessions. Imagine being subjected to such unbearable agony that your mind begins to fracture. In such a state, the desire to end the suffering becomes paramount, overriding any consideration of truth or falsity. A suspect might confess to crimes they had no knowledge of, simply because it was the quickest way to achieve a temporary reprieve. They might admit to elaborate conspiracies, to fantastical plots, to anything that the interrogator wanted to hear, in the desperate hope that the ordeal would finally cease. These confessions, wrung from broken bodies and shattered minds, were then presented as damning proof, leading to wrongful convictions, further suffering, and the perversion of justice on an unimaginable scale. The psychological impact on the interrogators themselves is also a chilling aspect to consider. These were not necessarily monstrous individuals by the standards of their time, but men who had been conditioned to view torture as a legitimate tool of the state. They were trained to be desensitized to the screams, to interpret agony as a sign of truth, and to remain unmoved by the pleas of the accused. The process of interrogating under torture would have required a profound detachment, a compartmentalization of their humanity that is difficult for us to comprehend. They were, in essence, agents of a system that demanded the systematic breaking of individuals, and their complicity was a testament to the deeply ingrained belief in the efficacy and necessity of such methods. The visual and auditory assault of torture was also a deliberate and often public spectacle. While not all interrogations took place in full view of the populace, the reputation of these methods preceded them. The knowledge that such instruments existed and that they were actively employed served as a powerful deterrent. The fear of experiencing such horrors oneself was often enough to ensure compliance with the law, or at least to discourage any questioning of authority. The screams that echoed from the dungeons, the tales of limbs being pulled from sockets, the accounts of agonizing deaths, these were all part of the machinery of control, reinforcing the absolute power of the state and the terrifying consequences of dissent. Furthermore, the introduction of torture often signified a breakdown in more conventional methods of investigation. When evidence was scarce, or when political expediency demanded a swift resolution, torture became the easy, albeit brutal, solution. It was a way to circumvent the need for careful investigation, for witness testimony, for the laborious process of building a case. Instead, the state could simply apply pressure until a confession was obtained, thereby creating the illusion of justice, even if the foundation of that justice was built on the suffering of the innocent. The irony, of course, was that in seeking to definitively establish guilt, these methods often served to obscure the truth, leading to the condemnation of the blameless and the escape of the truly culpable, who were perhaps more adept at withstanding pain or had the means to avoid such interrogations altogether. The legal justifications for employing such methods, however flimsy, often revolved around the concept of necessity and the idea that the ends justified the means. In a world where heresy, treason, and heinous crimes were seen as existential threats to the social order. The state was often deemed to have a right, even a duty, to employ any means necessary to root out such dangers. The idea of human rights, as we understand them today, was virtually non existent. The focus was on the collective good, on the preservation of the state and the established hierarchy, and individual suffering was a price deemed acceptable, even necessary, for the attainment of these larger goals. The torturer in this grim calculus was not a sadist, but a soldier fighting a necessary battle for order and stability. The legacy of these practices is a stark reminder of the fragility of justice and the ease with which it can be corrupted by fear, power, and a misguided pursuit of certainty. The images of the rack, the Iron Maiden, and the breaking wheel are not merely historical curiosities. They are potent symbols of a time when the boundaries of human suffering were exploited in the name of a flawed and often brutal system of justice. The confessions extracted under such duress were not a testament to truth, but a testament to the enduring and often terrifying resilience of the human spirit when pushed to its absolute breaking point, and the chilling capacity of humanity to inflict such breaking points upon its own kind. The court's pursuit of truth in these instances was less a noble quest and more a grim, agonizing extraction, leaving behind shattered bodies and the bitter taste of a justice bought with unbearable pain. The previous section delved into the grim realities of medieval justice, the desperate measures taken to extract confessions through physical agony, and the flawed logic that often underpinned such brutal practices. We saw how the body was coerced when the mind refused to yield, and how instruments of torture were meticulously designed to break human resolve. This chapter, however, pivots from human suffering to a perhaps even more absurd, yet equally revealing, facet of medieval jurisprudence: the prosecution of animals. Yes, you read that correctly. In an era that readily subjected its own species to unspeakable torments in the name of truth, it also found itself capable of indicting, trying, and even condemning creatures with fur and feathers for offenses that, to our modern sensibilities, are utterly ludicrous. The notion of an animal standing trial, complete with legal representation and judicial pronouncements, might seem like a fantastical invention of a fevered imagination. Yet, history offers a chillingly detailed record of such proceedings. These were not mere symbolic gestures or allegorical tales. These were formal legal actions, carried out with the full solemnity and procedural apparatus of the time. Imagine the scene: a courtroom, usually filled with the weight of human guilt and innocence, now abuzz with the rustling of robes, the anxious whispers of onlookers, and the bewildered snorts or chirps of the accused, entirely oblivious to their predicament. The very idea of a pig being formally charged with murder, or a swarm of locusts being excommunicated for their destructive acts, paints a picture so surreal it borders on the grotesque. The legal framework, which had so readily embraced torture for humans, found an equally, if not more, bewildering application when it came to the animal kingdom. The reasoning, if one can apply such a term to such a bizarre legal precedent, often stemmed from a deeply ingrained theological worldview. In medieval society, animals were not merely instinct-driven creatures. They were often seen as agents of divine will, or conversely, as instruments of the devil. When an animal caused harm, it was not simply an unfortunate accident or a natural occurrence. Instead, it was interpreted as a moral transgression, a direct violation of God's law, and therefore something that required a judicial response. Consider, for instance, the infamous case of a sow that in the early 15th century was accused of goring a child to death. This was no mere accusation. The sow was arrested, imprisoned, and put on trial. The proceedings were conducted with all the gravity of a human trial. Lawyers were appointed to defend the accused animal, likely a grim collection of legal minds tasked with arguing the case for a creature incapable of speech or comprehension. Witnesses were called, presumably humans who had observed the incident or had prior dealings with the sow, to testify to its alleged character and actions. The court, composed of judges and jurists, listened to the evidence, deliberated, and ultimately handed down a verdict. The outcome? The sow was found guilty. The sentence was equally severe: execution by hanging. It's a stark reminder of how deeply the anthropocentric view of justice was ingrained, extending even to those who could not possibly comprehend its tenets. This was not an isolated incident. Throughout the medieval period, and even into the early modern era, a menagerie of animals faced similar legal indignations. Rats were tried for damaging crops. They were often indicted for vandalism, for consuming grain, and for generally being a nuisance to the agricultural community. The legal defense for these rodent defendants often involved proving their innocence by demonstrating that they were not the specific rats responsible for the damage, or by arguing that their actions were a natural consequence of their existence rather than a malicious intent. In one notable instance, a community in the Dauphiné region of France issued a decree banning all rats from their territory, threatening them with execution if they dared to return. The complexity of the legal arguments and the subsequent enforcement measures, often involving the appointment of legal representatives for the animal kingdom, reveal a society grappling with issues of law, responsibility, and the very definition of agency in the natural world. Even insects, those tiny, seemingly insignificant creatures, found themselves ensnared in the medieval legal web. Swarms of locusts, for example, were often subjected to excommunication by the church. This was a form of spiritual condemnation, effectively damning the entire swarm to the inferno for their destructive rampage through the fields. The process would involve a formal trial, often conducted in the presence of a bishop, where the insects were summoned to appear. When predictably they failed to answer the summons, they were declared guilty by default. The excommunication was a powerful statement of authority, asserting the church's dominion not just over human souls, but also over the very forces of nature, demonstrating that even the smallest creatures were not beyond the reach of divine law and ecclesiastical censure. The legal machinery was so intricate that it even accounted for the possibility of an animal's defense appealing a verdict. In some cases, an animal convicted of a crime might have its sentence commuted or its case reviewed. This often depended on the perceived severity of the crime and the social standing of the animal's owner. If a wealthy landowner's oat was condemned for trampling a peasant's prize-winning pumpkin, the owner might intervene, perhaps arguing that the ox was young and inexperienced, or that the pumpkin was tempting Providence by being so prominently displayed. The concept of ownership played a significant role, blurring the lines between the animal's culpability and the responsibility of its human master. One can only imagine the legal briefs prepared for these animal defendants. Arguments would likely have revolved around the absence of mens rea, the guilty mind, a concept entirely foreign to creatures driven by instinct and biological imperatives. Lawyers might have argued that their clients were acting under divine or demonic influence, or that they were simply obeying the natural laws of their species. The absurdity of applying human legal concepts to non human entities was a constant undercurrent. Yet the legal system, in its unwavering commitment to order and accountability, pressed on. The trials were also a public spectacle, drawing large crowds eager to witness the bizarre proceedings. For the common folk, these trials offered a form of entertainment, a diversion from the harsh realities of medieval life. The sight of a dog being cross examined or a flock of geese being lectured on their civic duties was undoubtedly a source of amusement, however grim. For the legal and ecclesiastical authorities, these trials served a dual purpose. They reinforced the social order by demonstrating that no transgression, no matter how small or how seemingly insignificant, would go unpunished, and they underscored the pervasive influence of religion and law in every aspect of life. The legal justifications for these animal trials were deeply rooted in the theological and philosophical understandings of the medieval period. Animals were seen as part of the created order, subject to God's laws, just as humans were. When an animal committed an act that caused harm, it was interpreted as a deviation from this divine order. The law, therefore, was not merely concerned with punishing the individual act, but with restoring the natural and spiritual balance that had been disrupted. This led to sentences that were often both practical and symbolic. An animal convicted of a crime might be banished from the community, excommunicated, or in more severe cases, executed. The punishments were designed not only to deter future transgressions by other animals, but also to appease divine justice and to reassure the human populace that the cosmos was, indeed, orderly and just. The concept of legal personhood, as we understand it today, was vastly different in the medieval period. While animals were not considered persons in the same way as humans, they were not entirely devoid of legal standing. Their actions could have legal consequences, particularly for their owners. If a dog bit someone, the owner could be held liable for damages. This liability extended to the prosecution of the animal itself as a means of addressing the harm caused and ensuring that such incidents did not recur. The legal system, therefore, adapted to accommodate the realities of human-animal interaction, albeit in ways that seem outlandish to us now. The trials were often conducted with a surprising degree of formality. Summoning the animal to appear in court was a crucial step. This typically involved a public proclamation, often read aloud in the town square, calling upon the animal to present itself before the judge. When the animal failed to appear, a default judgment was entered, and the trial proceeded in its absence. This failure to appear was often interpreted as a sign of guilt, further reinforcing the conviction that the animal was indeed responsible for the alleged offense. The legal process was a theater of the absurd, a reflection of a society that sought to impose order and meaning onto a world that was often chaotic and unpredictable. The defense of animals in court was often a challenging endeavor. Lawyers had to find creative ways to argue for their clients, often relying on precedent and tradition. In some cases, they might argue that the animal was not aware of its actions or that it was acting under the influence of its owner. They might also seek to prove that the animal had been provoked or that it had acted in self defense. However, in many instances, the outcome of the trial was a foregone conclusion, especially when the animal's actions had resulted in significant harm or loss. The courts were often more interested in dispensing a semblance of justice than in engaging in a nuanced exploration of animal culpability. The ramifications of these animal trials extended beyond the immediate punishment of the accused creature. They served as a powerful means of social control and moral instruction. By condemning animals for their transgressions, medieval society reinforced its own moral codes and its understanding of good and evil. The trials were a public affirmation that all creatures, from the humblest peasant to the most dangerous beast, were subject to the law and to the will of God. This contributed to a sense of order and stability in a world that was often fraught with uncertainty and danger. The legal precedents set by these animal trials also had a lasting impact on the development of legal systems. While we no longer prosecute animals for crimes, the underlying principles of accountability and the concept of vicarious liability, where an owner can be held responsible for the actions of their property, can be traced back to these early legal proceedings. The medieval legal system, in its peculiar and often perplexing ways, was a dynamic and evolving entity, constantly adapting to new challenges and seeking to impose order on the world. The sheer volume and variety of animal trials are astonishing. Beyond the pigs and rats, there were instances of dogs being tried for murder, oxen for accidental manslaughter, and even worms being cursed and banished for damaging crops. Each case was a reflection of the specific fears, anxieties, and beliefs of the communities in which they occurred. Whether it was the fear of famine, the dread of disease, or the universal human revulsion towards perceived malevolence, animals were often the convenient scapegoats, bearing the brunt of a society's desire to find tangible culprits for its misfortunes. The ultimate irony, of course, is that these elaborate legal dramas, with their appointed lawyers, sworn witnesses, and solemn judgments, were enacted upon creatures utterly incapable of comprehending the proceedings. The animal, oblivious to the pronouncements of guilt or innocence, simply existed, driven by instinct and the dictates of its own nature. The legal system, in its earnest attempt to impose human notions of justice and morality onto the animal kingdom, ultimately revealed more about the inner workings of the human mind, its need for order, its fear of the unknown, and its enduring capacity for both profound insight and baffling absurdity. The medieval court, in its quest to prosecute beasts, was perhaps more profoundly on trial itself, revealing the peculiar and often darkly humorous contours of its own worldview. The air in medieval villages wasn't just thick with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. It was often heavy with something far more insidious, suspicion. In an era where the divine and the demonic were as tangible as the cobbles underfoot, the concept of witchcraft transformed from a fringe belief into a terrifyingly real and pervasive threat. What distinguished this particular brand of fear from the more tangible dangers of disease or famine was its utter subjectivity. A whisper, a sidelong glance, a particularly harsh word, any of these could be the spark that ignited a conflagration of accusation, condemning a soul to the pyre. This was the age when a woman's perceived strangeness, her independence, or simply her misfortune could be twisted into a damning indictment of consorting with infernal powers. The legal framework, so often a labyrinth for the innocent and guilty alike, became a particularly treacherous terrain for those accused of witchcraft. The very notion of proof underwent a grotesque deformation. No longer was it about observable facts or demonstrable actions. It became about interpreting the unseen, about discerning malevolent intent woven into the fabric of everyday life. A crop that failed? The fault lay not with unpredictable weather patterns or poor soil, but with a witch's curse. A child's persistent illness? A sure sign of a malefic charm. Even a physical anomaly, a birthmark, a mole, anything that deviated from the perceived norm could be reinterpreted as a witch's devil's mark, a physical manifestation of an unholy pact. These were not subtle hints, they were presented as irrefutable evidence, woven together by the thread of fear and a desperate need to find a tangible cause for suffering. The legal process itself was a masterclass in predetermined outcomes. Defense counsel, when appointed at all, often found themselves in an unwinnable battle against deeply entrenched prejudice. How does one defend against an accusation that claims the accused has met with Satan in a moonlit clearing, or that their familiar, a black cat perhaps, is actually a demon in disguise? The legal system, which readily employed torture to extract confessions from human criminals, found an equally, if not more, brutal application when dealing with witchcraft. The rack and the thumbscrews were not reserved for murderers or thieves. They were readily deployed against those suspected of dabbling in the dark arts. The logic, if one can even call it that, was twistedly circular. If someone was accused of witchcraft, they were presumed guilty until proven innocent, a burden of proof that was practically impossible to meet. The assumption was that the devil's followers would lie, so even a denial could be interpreted as further evidence of their deceit. The reliance on spectral evidence was one of the most insidious aspects of these trials. This involved the testimony of accusers who claimed to see the accused's spirit or shape tormenting them. These visions, often occurring in dreams or in states of heightened emotion, were accepted as factual evidence in court. Imagine the horror. A woman, perhaps elderly and infirm, could be condemned because a neighbor swore they saw her spirit in the form of a raven pecking at their eyes during the night. Such testimony was notoriously difficult to counter. How could one disprove a vision? How could one argue against a phantom limb of the soul? The accused was effectively denied any recourse, trapped in a narrative spun from the subjective fears and hallucinations of others. Confessions, when they came, were rarely voluntary. Under the relentless pressure of physical torture, or the psychological strain of isolation and constant accusations, many women broke. They confessed to pacts with the devil, to attending Sabbaths where unspeakable rites were performed, to transforming into animals, and to brewing potions that caused blight and sickness. These confessions, once extracted, became the very bedrock of the prosecution's case. The irony was lost on no one that these confessions were often remarkably similar, a testament to the shared anxieties and beliefs that permeated society, and the consistent, brutal methods employed to elicit them. The gendered nature of these accusations is a particularly grim chapter. While men were sometimes accused of witchcraft, the vast majority of those brought to trial and subsequently executed were women. This reflected a deeply ingrained patriarchal society where women who stepped outside prescribed roles, the unmarried, the widowed, the economically independent, the healers who used traditional remedies, were viewed with suspicion. Their perceived otherness made them easy targets. Their knowledge of herbs, their ability to deliver babies, their very independence, all became potential markers of sorcery. The fear of female power, particularly sexual power, and the perceived threat it posed to male authority, undoubtedly fueled much of this persecution. Consider the chilling case of Agnes Sampson in Scotland during the reign of James VI. Accused of using witchcraft to attempt the life of the king, her trial was a cascade of horrors. Her own godmother testified against her, claiming Agnes had confessed to having a devil as her lover and to attending a witch gathering. The witch finders, men who specialized in finding the devil's marks, prodded and pricked her body until they found a sensitive spot, which they declared to be her sign of allegiance to Satan. Even after enduring such barbarity, Agnes maintained her innocence, but her fate was sealed. The judicial proceedings were a foregone conclusion, a performance of justice, rather than a genuine pursuit of truth. The paranoia that gripped communities often reached fever pitch during times of crisis. A bad harvest could lead to famine, and famine could lead to widespread unrest. In such circumstances, the need for a scapegoat became paramount. Who better to blame than the witch, the unseen force that could supposedly curdle milk, wither crops, and bring pestilence? The trials offered a cathartic release for the collective anxiety, a way to impose order and control on a world that felt increasingly chaotic. The burning of a suspected witch was not just an execution, it was a symbolic act of purification, a ritual cleansing of the community from the perceived corruption of the devil. The legal system, while ostensibly designed to uphold justice, often served to amplify these fears and prejudices. Judges and juries, themselves products of this superstitious worldview, were predisposed to believe in the guilt of the accused. The legal procedures, from the summoning of the accused to the presentation of evidence, were often rigged against them. The absence of the accused's devil's mark was seen as proof of their cunning deception, while its discovery was an undeniable sign of guilt. The entire edifice of the law, in its application to witchcraft, became a warped mirror, reflecting the deepest anxieties and irrationalities of the age. The economic motivations behind some accusations cannot be overlooked either. In a society where land and resources were often scarce, accusing a neighbor of witchcraft could be a way to acquire their property. If a woman died without heirs, or if her property was confiscated as part of her sentence, it could revert to the local lord or the state, or sometimes even be divided amongst the accusers. This offered a tangible incentive for false accusations, transforming suspicion into a form of lucrative opportunism. The desperation born of poverty could therefore manifest as a hunt for witches, providing a grim opportunity for social and economic advancement. The arbitrary nature of these accusations meant that virtually anyone could fall victim. While women were the primary targets, men were not immune. Children were also sometimes accused, their youthful indiscretions or unusual behavior interpreted through the lens of demonic influence. The trials were often a product of social dynamics as much as genuine belief. A petty dispute between neighbors, a perceived slight, or a long held grudge could easily escalate into a full blown accusation of witchcraft, with the legal system providing the brutal apparatus for its resolution. The legal process was not a shield for the innocent. It was often the weapon used to settle scores and enforce conformity. Even the very act of seeking legal redress could be perilous. If one brought a complaint of witchcraft against another, and the accused was acquitted, or the accusation was deemed baseless, the accuser could find themselves facing penalties. This created a dangerous inertia. People were hesitant to challenge accusations, fearing that they too might be drawn into the vortex of suspicion and condemnation. The system, in its attempt to prevent frivolous claims, inadvertently stifled any potential for genuine defense or reasoned questioning of the prevailing beliefs. The specter of witchcraft trials continued to haunt Europe for centuries, a testament to the enduring power of fear and superstition. From the infamous witch trials in Salem, Massachusetts, to the extensive persecutions in continental Europe, the pattern remained depressingly consistent. Flimsy evidence, coerced confessions, and pervasive atmosphere of paranoia culminating in the tragic immolation of countless individuals. The legal system, designed to protect and serve, instead became an instrument of mass delusion and state sanctioned murder. A chilling reminder of how easily reason can be eclipsed by fear, and how swiftly justice can be perverted into persecution. The whisper of witchcraft, once uttered, could indeed condemn, and the machinery of the law was all too eager to tighten its noose. The grand halls of power, much like the gilded cages they often represented, were not subject to the same unforgiving legal standards that shackled the common populace. For the nobility and royalty, the law was less a rigid framework of justice and more a pliable instrument molded by wealth, influence, and the sheer audacity of inherited privilege. While the peasant farmer found himself facing the gallows for a stolen loaf of bread, the nobleman might commit far graver transgressions and emerge not only unscathed, but often with his reputation enhanced, cloaked in the divine sanction of his birthright. This was the era where justice, it seemed, had a rather pronounced bias towards the well-heeled and the blue-blooded. The concept of divine right was not merely a political theory to justify absolute monarchy. It was, in practice, a get-out-of-jail-free card for the highest echelons of society. Kings and queens, princes and dukes, operated under the assumption that their authority flowed directly from God. Consequently, any act committed by them, no matter how heinous in the eyes of mortal law, could be reinterpreted as an expression of divine will or an action beyond the purview of lesser mortals. When King Louis IX of France, for instance, was found to have levied excessive taxes or engaged in questionable dealings that would have sent any commoner to the stocks, his justifications were invariably framed within the context of his divinely ordained duty to his kingdom. His actions, therefore, were not crimes but righteous mandates from a higher power, rendering earthly courts utterly impotent to pass judgment. The very notion of accountability became absurd when one's actions were theoretically sanctioned by the Almighty. It was a theological shield, a formidable barrier against the indignity of legal process, and one that was wielded with considerable effectiveness. Beyond the abstract shield of divine right, the nobility possessed a more tangible arsenal, their influence. Legal proceedings in medieval times were not the detached, impartial affairs we might envision today. They were often deeply intertwined with the local power structures, and the local power structures were invariably dominated by the very individuals who might be brought to account. A nobleman accused of assault, or even murder, might find that the witnesses were intimidated into silence. The local sheriff was a long-time retainer, and the judges themselves owed their positions or their land to the accused. Consider the case of Sir Reginald de Courcy, a prominent baron in the late 13th century, accused of orchestrating the brutal eviction and subsequent death of several peasant families from their ancestral lands to expand his own estate. Sir Reginald's trial was a farce. The jurors were men who regularly dined at his table. The prosecuting witnesses vanished under mysterious circumstances, and the verdict, predictably, was acquittal. The justice system, in this instance, was not a neutral arbiter, but a willing accomplice to the perpetration of injustice. Its scales tipped not by evidence, but by the weight of noble patronage. The legal system itself, while appearing to offer a framework for everyone, was riddled with loopholes specifically designed for the elite. Many legal codes included provisions for benefit of clergy, a medieval legal doctrine that allowed clergy members to be tried in ecclesiastical courts rather than secular ones. While ostensibly for the protection of the church, this often extended to anyone who could demonstrate literacy, a skill disproportionately possessed by the educated nobility. A knight with a rudimentary grasp of Latin could claim this privilege, effectively removing himself from the harsh punishments of secular law and placing himself under the more lenient jurisdiction of the church. This was not about piety. It was about social engineering, a way to ensure that even a minor transgression by someone of status would not result in the kind of severe corporal punishment or public humiliation reserved for the lower classes. The ability to read a few verses of scripture could, quite literally, save one's skin, and the nobility, being literate, had a distinct advantage. Furthermore, the concept of pardons was a potent tool in the noble's legal arsenal. While a common criminal might petition for clemency and rarely receive it, a royal or noble pardon was often a matter of political maneuvering and familial obligation. A king, indebted to a powerful duke for crucial military support or strategic alliance, might readily grant a pardon for any offense, regardless of its severity. These pardons were not always publicly announced or justified. They were often discreet arrangements, ensuring that the delicate balance of power and favor remained undisturbed. A prince who engaged in treasonous plotting, for example, might be forgiven by his royal father, not because the treason was any less real, but because deposing or punishing the prince would destabilize the entire royal line. The family and the preservation of its status trumped the impartial application of law. The disparities were not merely in the outcome, but in the very process. While commoners might be subjected to brutal interrogations and immediate sentencing, the nobility could afford elaborate legal defenses. They could hire the most renowned legal scholars, present meticulously crafted arguments, and prolong proceedings for years, effectively exhausting the resources and patience of any accuser or prosecutor. This ability to drag out legal battles was not just about delaying justice, it was about wearing down opposition and allowing the heat of public scrutiny to dissipate. By the time a case finally reached a conclusion, the original offense might have been forgotten, replaced by a new scandal or a new political crisis. The noble's wealth provided not only legal counsel, but also time, a commodity far more precious than gold in the pursuit of justice, especially when that justice was inconvenient. The nobility also mastered the art of selective prosecution. While a commoner might be punished for a crime that was widely understood to be endemic within their social class, the same behavior from a nobleman would be overlooked. If a peasant engaged in poaching on the lord's land, it was a capital offense. If the lord engaged in his own form of poaching, seizing lands, extorting tribute, or engaging in violent disputes with rival nobles, it was often framed as a necessary assertion of rights or a matter of honor. The legal system was remarkably adept at reclassifying offenses based on the perpetrator's status. What was theft when committed by a serf became a bold acquisition of property when executed by a baron. This was not a subtle distinction. It was a fundamental reordering of reality, dictated by the prevailing social hierarchy. Moreover, the very concept of witness could be weaponized. While the testimony of commoners was often viewed with suspicion, easily dismissed as hearsay or the ramblings of the unlettered, the word of a nobleman carried immense weight. If a nobleman testified that another nobleman was innocent, it was often taken as gospel. Conversely, if a nobleman accused a commoner, the presumption of guilt was almost instantaneous. This created a feedback loop of privilege, where the status of the witness directly correlated with the credibility of their testimony, and vice versa. The legal system was, in essence, a reflection of the feudal order, where social rank dictated not only one's rights, but also one's perceived truthfulness. The medieval period, for all its claims of divine order, was rife with human fallibility, and nowhere was this more apparent than in the administration of justice. The noble escape from accountability was not an aberration. It was, in many respects, an inherent feature of a society structured around inherited privilege. While the common man faced the harsh pronouncements of the law as a grim reality, the noble navigated a landscape where justice was often a matter of negotiation, influence, and the careful cultivation of an image that transcended mere legality. Their divine right was not just a matter of divine mandate, but a pragmatic assertion of their right to evade earthly judgment, a right that was as fiercely guarded as any feudal territory. The gallows, the stocks, and the headsman's axe were potent symbols of justice, but for the medieval elite, they were largely ornamental, reserved for the lesser breeds of humanity who lacked the inherent protection of a noble title and the divine right to simply not be caught. The legal system of the Middle Ages, with its gilded pronouncements and often brutal enforcement, was a tapestry woven with threads of privilege, superstition, and a desperate attempt to impose order on a world that frequently felt chaotic. We've already seen how the nobility navigated this system with a deftness that bordered on artful evasion. their birthright a veritable cloak of invisibility against the common law. But the labyrinth of medieval jurisprudence held other curiosities, stranger byways, where the very definition of culpability and testimony was stretched to its most absurd limits, particularly when involving creatures that lacked the capacity for rational thought, or indeed any discernible legal standing whatsoever. Animals. The notion that an animal could be held criminally liable, tried, and even executed was not merely a fringe belief. It was a recurring and often elaborate feature of medieval legal practice. These were not abstract legal theories debated in hushed monastic libraries, but public spectacles, complete with prosecutors, defense counsel of a sort, and sentencing. Imagine, if you can, a pig accused of murder, its trotters shackled, its snuffling snout subjected to the stern pronouncements of a judge. The crime? The grisly murder of a child. In 1386, in the town of La Flèche, France, a sow was indeed put on trial for the death of an infant it had allegedly savaged. The proceedings were not a hurried affair. They were conducted with the same gravity as a human trial. The sow was provided with a legal representative, a wise and prudent man tasked with defending her. This advocate, presumably well versed in the convoluted legal precedents of the era, would have faced the unenviable task of arguing the innocence of a creature that he had by all accounts committed a horrific act. The prosecution, equally diligent, would have presented its evidence: the child's mangled remains, the sow's blood-stained snout, against the backdrop of a populace clamoring for justice. The verdict predictably was guilty. The sow was subsequently hanged, its supposed crimes etched into the annals of animal jurisprudence. This case, though perhaps the most infamous, was far from an anomaly. Throughout Europe, similar trials took place. In 1474, a rooster in Switzerland was brought before the ecclesiastical court of Zurich, accused of the heinous crime of laying an egg. Yes, an egg. The rooster's alleged offense was deemed unnatural, a blasphemous act that threatened the very fabric of creation. The court, taking its role with utmost seriousness, heard testimony, debated theological implications, and ultimately found the rooster guilty. The sentence? It was to be burned alive at the stake, the offending egg to be destroyed. The logic, if one can call it that, was rooted in a deeply held belief in a divinely ordered universe, a universe where even the smallest creature had a designated place and purpose, and deviation from that order was an affront to God. An egg-laying rooster was seen as a perversion of nature, a sign of ill omen, and potentially a manifestation of demonic influence. The execution was not merely punishment, it was a ritualistic cleansing, an attempt to restore divine harmony. The absurdity of these proceedings was amplified by the complete absence of any capacity for the accused animal to comprehend its situation. The elaborate legal arguments, the carefully presented evidence, the solemn pronouncements of the court, all were utterly lost on the pig or the rooster. They were, in essence, props in a human drama, their supposed guilt a projection of human fears, anxieties, and a desperate need to make sense of a world where even the most unexpected events could be attributed to malevolent forces or divine displeasure. The lawyers arguing for the sow or against the rooster were not engaging in a pursuit of objective truth. They were performing a ritual, a symbolic act of control over the uncontrollable, of order over chaos. The rationale behind these animal trials often stemmed from a dualistic understanding of culpability. On one hand, there was the belief that animals, while lacking reason, were still subject to divine law and thus could commit sins. On the other hand, and perhaps more pragmatically for the legal system, animals could be punished for the crimes of their owners or as scapegoats for larger societal anxieties. If a nobleman's dog, for instance, bit a peasant, it was rarely the nobleman who faced censure, but the dog. The punishment of the animal was a convenient way to address a perceived wrong without implicating the higher social strata. The dog, unable to offer a defense or claim benefit of clergy, became the perfect fall guy. Its demise served as a visible deterrent and a symbolic restoration of order, while the nobleman's hands remained clean. Consider the case of a horse in the early 15th century, found guilty of trampling a man to death. The horse, like the sow, was sentenced to death, yet the underlying question remained: was the horse truly the perpetrator, or was it merely an instrument? In many instances, the animal's culpability was seen as a reflection of its owner's negligence or even malice. The owner might have failed to properly restrain the animal or perhaps even encouraged its aggression. However, prosecuting the owner for such a crime could be complicated. The owner might be a powerful figure, or the evidence of their direct involvement might be scarce. Punishing the animal was a simpler, more direct solution. It was a way to satisfy the demands for justice from the victim's family and the general populace without the messy entanglements of proving human intent. The testimony aspect of these trials was particularly rich in its theatricality. When an animal was called to testify, it was often through the interpretations of humans. A priest, a local wise woman, or even the animal's owner might claim to understand the animal's statements or intentions. This form of animal testimony was not based on any verifiable communication, but on a form of anthropomorphism, projecting human emotions and thoughts onto the creature. For example, if a dog whined when a particular suspect was brought before it, this might be interpreted as the dog identifying the culprit. The animal's natural reactions were twisted and reinterpreted to fit a preconceived narrative of guilt or innocence. This was a far cry from the rigorous cross examination and evidence based assessments that, in theory, underpinned human trials. The legal arguments employed in defense of animals were often as convoluted and desperate as the circumstances themselves. Defense counsel might argue that the animal was acting under duress, or that it was possessed by a demon, thereby absolving it of personal responsibility. They might point to the animal's perceived innocence, its inability to comprehend the gravity of its actions, or even argue for leniency based on its perceived contribution to society, such as a working horse or a guard dog. These arguments, while seemingly nonsensical to a modern ear, were rooted in the prevailing philosophical and theological frameworks of the time. The concept of free will was central to human culpability, and by extension, to the attribution of sin. Animals, lacking this free will, were therefore in a peculiar legal limbo. The theological underpinnings of these animal trials were profound. Medieval society was intensely religious, and the natural world was viewed as a reflection of God's will. Every creature, from the mightiest lion to the humblest beetle, had a divinely appointed role. When an animal transgressed, it was not merely an act of nature gone awry, it was a potential challenge to the divine order, a disruption of God's perfect plan. This is why an egg laying rooster could be seen as a blasphemer. It was a creature acting outside its divinely ordained parameters, and its punishment was a way to reaffirm the sanctity of God's creation. The trials were, in essence, sermons in action, reinforcing the belief that God's justice extended to all of his creations, and that any deviation would be met with consequence. The theatricality of these proceedings was not lost on the populace. These animal trials were often major public events, drawing large crowds. They provided a form of entertainment, a spectacle that allowed people to engage with the law and with their religious beliefs in a visceral way. The hanging of a pig or the burning of a rooster was a stark reminder of the consequences of transgression, even if the transgression was attributed to a creature that could not grasp the meaning of its fate. It was a collective exorcism of fear, a ritualistic purging of the perceived evil that lurked within the natural world and sometimes within the human heart. Furthermore, the capacity of animals to act as witnesses, albeit in a highly mediated and anthropomorphized fashion, speaks volumes about the era's understanding of truth and evidence. When a dog barked at a specific individual or a horse shied away from a particular object, these were not dismissed as random occurrences. Instead, they were interpreted as profound pronouncements, as animal testimony that carried weight in the legal process. This highlights a worldview where the spiritual and the material were inextricably linked, and where even the most mundane actions of a creature could be imbued with supernatural significance. The lack of understanding on the part of the animal itself was secondary to the perceived meaning that humans could extract from its behavior. The concept of criminal intent, so central to modern legal systems, was largely absent in these animal trials. An animal was not presumed to have malicious intent. Instead, its actions were often interpreted as either a consequence of its nature or as a symptom of external influence, such as demonic possession. The legal framework was less concerned with the animal's internal state and more with the external consequences of its actions and the symbolic meaning they held. The sentence was not designed to rehabilitate the animal or to deter it from future wrongdoing, but to satisfy a societal need for justice, to restore balance, and to reaffirm the established moral and religious order. The selective application of these laws also revealed their underlying biases. While animals were frequently put on trial for crimes that caused significant harm, particularly to humans, the circumstances of their ownership often dictated the severity of the proceedings. An animal owned by a powerful noble might be spared the ultimate penalty, or its owner might be subtly pressured to remove the animal from the community. Conversely, an animal belonging to a poor peasant could face swift and harsh judgment, serving as a convenient scapegoat for the owner's perceived failings. The animal's fate was in many ways a reflection of its owner's social standing. Ultimately, the trials of animals in medieval Europe stand as a stark testament to the era's unique blend of logic, superstition, and a profound need to find meaning in a world that often defied easy explanation. These were not merely cases of historical oddity. They were deeply embedded in the social, religious, and legal fabric of the time. They reveal a society grappling with fundamental questions about culpability, justice, and the very nature of existence. A society that, in its quest for order and understanding, was willing to extend its legal frameworks to the most unlikely of defendants, even those who could not speak, could not reason, and could not possibly comprehend the gravity of the charges leveled against them. The pig on the gallows and the rooster on the pyre were not just condemned beasts, they were symbolic figures, standing in for humanity's own fears of chaos, its struggle against the unknown, and its enduring, often absurd quest to impose human notions of law and order upon the wild and untamed world. The meticulous workings of the medieval court, with its learned pronouncements and often sanguinary enforcement, were a complex weave of inherited privilege, ingrained superstition, and a tenacious, if often misplaced, endeavor to impose order upon a world that frequently felt as untamed as a primeval forest. We've already delved into how the nobility, with a practiced ease that verged on an art form, navigated this intricate legal landscape, their birthright acting as a veritable shield against the common law's blunt instrument. But the labyrinth of medieval jurisprudence held stranger, more convoluted byways, avenues where the very essence of culpability and the nature of testimony were stretched to their most improbable, even ludicrous extremes, particularly when the accused lacked the capacity for reasoned thought, or indeed any discernible legal standing whatsoever. Animals. The notion that a creature of the animal kingdom could be held criminally accountable, subjected to trial, and even meet a judicial end was not merely a passing fad or a fringe esoteric belief. It was a recurring and often elaborately staged performance within the annals of medieval legal practice. These were not abstract jurisprudential debates confined to the hushed sanctity of monastic libraries, but public spectacles meticulously orchestrated, complete with appointed prosecutors, defense counsel, of a sort, as we shall see, and the solemn pronouncement of sentences. Imagine, if you can, a swine accused of a heinous crime, its cloven trotters shackled, its perpetually snuffling snout subjected to the stern, unyielding pronouncements of a robed judge. The charge? The grisly, savage murder of an infant. In the year of our Lord 1386, in the French town of La Flèche, a sow was in fact put on trial for the death of a helpless infant it had allegedly savaged. The proceedings were far from a perfunctory affair. They were conducted with the same solemnity and gravitas as any trial involving a human defendant. The sow was even provided with a legal representative, a wise and prudent man, tasked with the unenviable duty of defending her. This advocate, presumably thoroughly versed in the convoluted legal precedents and the intricate casuistry of the era, would have faced the daunting, almost Sisyphean task of arguing the innocence of a creature that, by all accounts presented, had indeed committed a truly horrific act. The prosecution, equally diligent, and no doubt spurred by the public's clamor for retribution, would have presented its damning evidence: the child's mangled remains, the sow's blood-stained snout, against a backdrop of a populace baying for justice, their emotions raw and their thirst for vengeance palpable. The verdict, as might be expected, was guilty. The sow was subsequently hanged, its supposed transgression etched indelibly into the peculiar jurisprudence concerning animals. This particular case, while perhaps the most notoriously documented, was by no means an isolated incident or a mere historical curiosity. It was far from an anomaly. Across the breadth of Europe, similar trials unfolded with a disquieting regularity. In 1474, for instance, a rooster, a creature of feathered plumage and mundane clucking, was brought before the ecclesiastical court of Zurich, accused of the truly heinous crime of laying an egg. Yes, an egg. The rooster's alleged offense was deemed unnatural, a perversion of divine order, a blasphemous act that threatened the very fundamental fabric of creation. The court, taking its appointed role with an almost alarming seriousness, diligently heard testimony, engaged in fervent theological debates concerning the implications of such an act, and ultimately found the rooster guilty. The sentence meted out? It was to be burned alive at the stake, the offending egg to be summarily destroyed. The underlying logic, if one can even employ such a term, was deeply rooted in a profoundly held belief in a divinely orchestrated universe, a cosmos where every creature, from the mightiest leviathan to the most insignificant insect, had a specific God given place and purpose. Any deviation from that appointed order was by definition an affront to the Almighty. An egg laying rooster was thus seen not merely as a biological anomaly, but as a perversion of nature itself, a potent omen of ill fortune, and quite possibly a tangible manifestation of demonic influence. The execution was therefore not solely a punitive measure, it was a ritualistic cleansing, an earnest attempt to restore divine harmony and reaffirm the sacred boundaries of God's creation. The sheer, unadulterated absurdity of these proceedings was amplified tenfold by the complete and utter absence of any conceivable capacity for the accused animal to comprehend its predicament. The elaborate legal arguments, the meticulously presented evidence, the solemn, weighty pronouncements of the court, all of it was utterly and irrevocably lost on the pig or the rooster. They were, in essence, unwitting props in a deeply human drama, their supposed guilt a mere projection of deeply entrenched human fears, anxieties, and a desperate, almost primal, need to impose meaning upon a world that frequently defied easy explanation. The lawyers who argued for the sow, or indeed against the rooster, were not engaged in a pursuit of objective truth or factual accuracy. They were performing a complex ritual, a symbolic act of asserting control over the uncontrollable, of imposing order upon inherent chaos. The rationale that underpinned these animal trials often stemmed from a dualistic and at times contradictory understanding of culpability. On one hand, there existed a pervasive belief that animals, despite their apparent lack of sapient reason, were nevertheless subject to divine law, and thus were capable of sinning. On the other hand, and perhaps more pragmatically for the functioning of the legal system, animals could be punished for the perceived transgressions or negligence of their owners, or worse, they could serve as convenient scapegoats for larger societal anxieties and fears. If, for instance, a nobleman's prized hunting hound, perhaps more spirited than judicious, bit a lowly peasant, it was rarely the nobleman, with his privileged status and influential connections, who faced censure. It was almost invariably the dog. The punishment of the animal provided a swift and convenient means of addressing a perceived wrong without the messy and potentially compromising task of implicating higher social strata. The dog, unable to mount a defense, unable to claim the benefit of clergy, and utterly incapable of articulating its innocence, became the perfect scapegoat, the ideal fall guy. Its demise served as a visible deterrent, a stark public warning, and a symbolic restoration of order, all while the nobleman's hands remained, at least outwardly, clean. Consider for a moment the case of a horse in the early 15th century, a magnificent beast of burden, found guilty of trampling a man to death. The horse, much like the ill-fated sow, was sentenced to death. Yet, the underlying and largely unaddressed question remained. Was the horse truly the perpetrator of this fatal act, or was it merely an unwitting, unthinking instrument? In many instances, the animal's supposed culpability was seen as a direct reflection of its owner's negligence, or perhaps even their latent malice. The owner might have failed to properly restrain the animal, to secure its tack, or perhaps even actively encouraged its inherent aggression. However, prosecuting the owner for such a crime could prove exceedingly complicated. The owner might be a person of considerable power and influence, or the evidence directly linking them to the animal's fatal actions might be scarce and inconclusive. Punishing the animal, therefore, presented a far simpler, more direct, and ultimately more convenient solution. It was a readily available mechanism to satisfy the clamoring demands for justice from the victim's grieving family and the general populace, all without the messy, time-consuming, and potentially dangerous entanglements of proving human intent or direct culpability. The testimonial aspect of these trials was particularly rich in its inherent theatricality, a dramatic performance played out for the edification of the community. When an animal was formally called to testify, its contribution was rarely, if ever, a direct communication. Instead, it was invariably filtered through the interpretations of human intermediaries. A local priest, a village wise woman with a reputation for uncanny insights, or even the animal's own owner, might claim to possess the ability to understand the animal's statements or discern its intentions. This peculiar form of animal testimony was not predicated on any verifiable means of interspecies communication, but rather on a profound and pervasive form of anthropomorphism, a conscious or unconscious projection of human emotions, motivations, and thoughts onto the creature's often unpredictable behavior. For example, if a dog were to whine or growl when a particular suspect was brought before it, this was not dismissed as a mere animal reaction. Instead, it was interpreted as the dog identifying the culprit, as a profound pronouncement of guilt. The animal's natural, instinctual reactions were thus twisted, reinterpreted, and molded to fit a preconceived narrative of guilt or innocence, a stark departure from the rigorous cross-examination and evidence-based assessments that, at least in theory, formed the bedrock of human trials. The legal arguments marshaled in defense of these animal defendants were often as convoluted, as desperate, and as ethically dubious as the circumstances themselves. Defense counsel, faced with the impossible, might resort to arguing that the animal was acting under extreme duress, perhaps provoked or coerced into its actions. Alternatively, they might contend that the animal was possessed by a demon, a malevolent entity that had temporarily usurped control of its body, thereby absolving the creature of any personal responsibility for its deeds. Another common tactic was to point to the animal's perceived innocence, its inherent inability to comprehend the gravity of its actions, or even to argue for clemency based on its perceived contribution to society. A loyal guard dog, a tireless working horse, a devoted family pet. These arguments, while seemingly nonsensical and utterly irrational to a modern sensibility, were deeply rooted in the prevailing philosophical and theological frameworks of the time. The concept of free will was paramount in determining human culpability, and by extension, in the attribution of sin. Animals, lacking this crucial element of free will, were therefore relegated to a peculiar and precarious legal limbo, subject to interpretations that often bent reason to the breaking point. The theological underpinnings of these animal trials were undeniably profound, deeply influencing the perception of justice and culpability. Medieval society was intensely religious, and the natural world, in its entirety, was viewed not as a random collection of phenomena, but as a direct reflection of God's will and His divine plan. Every creature, from the majestic, awe inspiring lion to the humble, unassuming beetle, was believed to possess a divinely appointed role and purpose within the grand cosmic scheme. When an animal transgressed, it was not merely viewed as an unfortunate instance of nature gone awry. It was perceived as a potential challenge to the divine order, a disruptive disruption of God's perfect, immutable plan. This theological lens explains why an egg-laying rooster could be seen as an act of blasphemy. It was a creature acting flagrantly outside its divinely ordained parameters, and its punishment, therefore, was a necessary act of reaffirming the sanctity and the inviolability of God's creation. These trials were, in essence, elaborate sermons delivered through action, powerfully reinforcing the deeply held belief that God's justice extended to all of His creations, and that any deviation from His intended order would inevitably be met with swift and severe consequence. The inherent theatricality of these proceedings was not lost on the common populace, who often viewed them with a mixture of morbid fascination and fervent participation. These animal trials were frequently major public events, drawing large, often boisterous crowds. They provided a unique form of entertainment, a spectacle that allowed ordinary people to engage with the abstract concepts of law and with their deeply held religious beliefs in a visceral, tangible way. The public hanging of a pig or the fiery immolation of a rooster served as a stark, unforgettable reminder of the consequences of transgression, even if the transgression was attributed to a creature utterly incapable of comprehending the meaning of its fate or the gravity of the charges leveled against it. It was, in many ways, a collective exorcism of fear, a ritualistic purging of the perceived evil that lurked within the natural world, and sometimes, more disturbingly, within the darker recesses of the human heart. Furthermore, the capacity of animals to act as witnesses, albeit in a highly mediated, anthropomorphized, and often fabricated fashion, speaks volumes about the era's peculiar understanding of truth, evidence, and the nature of knowledge itself. When a dog barked at a specific individual, or a horse shied away violently from a particular object, these were not dismissed as mere random occurrences or instinctual reactions. Instead, they were imbued with profound significance, interpreted as animal testimony that carried considerable, indeed decisive, weight in the legal process. This highlights a worldview where the spiritual and the material were inextricably intertwined, where the most mundane actions of even the most simple creature could be readily imbued with supernatural significance and portent. The lack of genuine understanding on the part of the animal itself was rendered secondary to the potent meaning that humans could readily extract from its behavior, a meaning that invariably served their own purposes and pre existing narratives. The concept of criminal intent, so absolutely central and foundational to modern legal systems, was largely absent, or at best nebulous, in these animal trials. An animal was not presumed to possess malicious intent, no capacity for premeditation or a conscious desire to inflict harm. Instead, its actions were most often interpreted as either a direct consequence of its inherent nature, its wildness, its animalistic drives, or as a symptom of external influence, most notably demonic possession or witchcraft. The legal framework, therefore, was less concerned with the animal's internal state, its psychological motivations, or its purported mental capacity, and far more focused on the external consequences of its actions and the symbolic meaning they held within the societal context. The sentence meted out was not designed with any notion of rehabilitating the animal or deterring it from future wrongdoing, as it possessed neither the capacity for self improvement nor the ability to learn from its punishment. Instead, the sentence was intended to satisfy a deep seated societal need for justice, to restore a perceived balance that had been violently disrupted, and to unequivocally reaffirm the established moral and religious order that governed all aspects of medieval life. The selective application of these draconian laws also served to underscore and perpetuate the era's inherent biases and social hierarchies. While animals were frequently subjected to public trial and harsh punishment for crimes that caused significant harm, particularly to human life, the circumstances of their ownership often dictated the severity and the ultimate outcome of the proceedings. An animal belonging to a powerful, well connected nobleman might be spared the ultimate penalty, or its owner might be subtly, or not so subtly, pressured to simply remove the animal from the community, thus avoiding a public spectacle that could reflect poorly on their station. Conversely, an animal belonging to a poor, powerless peasant could face swift and brutal judgment, readily serving as a convenient scapegoat for the owner's perceived failings, their inability to control their property, or their general social inferiority. The animal's fate was, in many profound ways, a direct and undeniable reflection of its owner's social standing and their perceived place within the rigidly hierarchical structure of medieval society. Ultimately, the trials of animals in medieval Europe stand as a stark, often chilling testament to the era's unique and often bewildering blend of nascent legal reasoning, pervasive superstition, and a profound, often desperate, need to find meaning and order in a world that frequently defied easy explanation or logical comprehension. These were not merely historical oddities or quaint curiosities confined to the dusty pages of forgotten legal texts. They were deeply embedded within the very social, religious, and legal fabric of the time, reflecting the prevailing worldview and the anxieties of the age. They reveal a society grappling with fundamental existential questions about culpability, the very nature of justice, and the intricate relationship between humanity, the natural world, and the divine. They demonstrate a society that, in its earnest quest for order, control, and understanding, was willing to extend its legal frameworks, however ill suited, to the most unlikely of defendants, even those creatures that could not speak, could not reason, and could not possibly comprehend the immense gravity of the charges leveled against them, nor the ultimate finality of their judicial sentence. The pig on the gallows and the rooster on the pyre were not simply condemned beasts, they were powerful symbolic figures, standing in for humanity's own deep seated fears of chaos, its eternal struggle against the vast and often terrifying unknown, and its enduring, often profoundly absurd, quest to impose human notions of law, morality, and order upon the wild, untamed, and infinitely complex world that surrounded them. Beyond the grim theater of animal trials, the medieval justice system, if one can even call it that in its entirety, was deeply shaped by a far more pervasive and perhaps more insidious force, communal pressure, and the pervasive influence of local custom. Formal legal proceedings, while they existed, often played second fiddle to the dictates of the village elder, the pronouncements of the local lord, or the informal arbitration of disputes that occurred around the communal hearth or the village well. These were not necessarily less just systems, but they were profoundly different, operating on a different set of principles where social standing, familial reputation, and the desire for community harmony often outweighed the rigid application of codified law. Consider the practice of public shaming. While a nobleman might escape the stocks for a minor transgression through sheer influence, a commoner who committed a similar offense would find themselves the subject of a very public, very humiliating spectacle. The stocks themselves were a tool of social control, designed not just to punish, but to ostranipate, to mark the offender as an outcast, their reputation tarnished for all to see. This public degradation, often accompanied by the throwing of refuse and a barrage of jeers, was a potent deterrent, reinforcing societal norms through sheer social pressure rather than legal decree. Banishment, too, served as a potent, albeit crude, form of justice for crimes that did not warrant execution but were deemed too serious for mere reprimand. Removal from the community was the ultimate penalty. It was a sentence that in many ways was more terrifying than death itself. To be cast out from one's home, one's family, one's entire social network meant a solitary existence in a world that offered little succor to the unconnected. The banished individual became a pariah, forever marked, with no recourse to the support systems that were crucial for survival. This informal, yet deeply impactful form of justice underscored the importance of belonging and the profound consequences of being denied it. It was a stark reminder that in a world where social bonds were paramount, severing those bonds was a punishment of the highest order. The lines between formal legal proceedings and these informal, community driven mechanisms of justice were often blurred to the point of invisibility. A local dispute over land, for example, might escalate beyond the control of the immediate parties, drawing in neighbors, family members, and eventually, perhaps, the local lord or his representative. The resolution might involve a formal hearing, but more often it was settled through a process of negotiation, mediation, and compromise, heavily influenced by the prevailing customs of the region and the relative status of the individuals involved. The weight of community opinion could be a powerful force, often dictating the outcome more than any written law. A judgment perceived as unfair by the wider community could lead to ostracism of the judge or the enforcers, or worse, open defiance. This societal structure meant that those who stood outside the established social hierarchies faced a particularly harsh reality. Peasants, laborers, and the landless were often at the mercy of their betters. While there were theoretically legal protections, their enforcement was often dependent on the goodwill, or at least the self interest, of those in power. A lord's favor could be a powerful shield, but his displeasure could be ruinous. The concept of justice was therefore often a relative one, deeply colored by one's birth, one's land ownership, and one's connections. The legal system, while appearing to offer a universal framework, frequently served to reinforce and perpetuate these existing inequalities. The nobleman who could afford the best legal minds, or who could simply bribe his way to a favorable outcome, was in a vastly different position to the peasant who had to rely on the scarce resources of the local church or the whims of a local magistrate. The very notion of evidence itself was often fluid and context dependent. While written documents and sworn testimony were valued, the word of a respected community member, or even a perceived omen, could carry significant weight. The trials of animals, discussed earlier, are a prime example of how evidence could be manufactured or misinterpreted to fit a pre existing narrative. Similarly, in disputes between individuals, character assassination or the manipulation of rumor could be as effective as any factual evidence. The legal process was not a sterile, objective pursuit of truth. It was a dynamic, often messy, human interaction, deeply influenced by personal biases, social pressures, and the overarching need to maintain a semblance of order, however flawed. This inherent subjectivity meant that justice was often a precarious commodity, available to some, denied to others, and always subject to the capricious winds of social influence and local custom. The shadows cast by the gavel were long indeed, stretching far beyond the courtroom and touching every aspect of medieval life, dictating not just punishments, but also shaping the very perception of fairness and the fundamental understanding of right and wrong within a society that was as deeply divided as it was intricately connected. The long shadow of the medieval era, with its often bizarre legal contortions, did not simply vanish with the dawn of a new century. Instead, like the persistent chill of a damp autumn evening, it lingered, permeating the emerging legal landscapes with familiar, if increasingly anachronistic, sensibilities. The notion that the divine hand directly intervened in earthly affairs, the deeply ingrained suspicion of the unknown, and the unwavering belief in forces beyond empirical comprehension continued to cast a long, if sometimes flickering, light upon the corridors of justice. While the more overtly theatrical animal trials had largely receded into the annals of historical curiosity, the underlying currents that fueled them, a profound reliance on superstition, a tangible fear of the unseen, and an often desperate yearning for definitive answers in an uncertain world, remained remarkably potent. This enduring legacy manifested in a multitude of ways, none perhaps as illustrative as the persistent anxieties surrounding witchcraft and demonic influence. The medieval mind, so readily inclined to attribute misfortune, illness, and inexplicable events to supernatural causes, found it difficult to relinquish these deeply ingrained explanations, even as Enlightenment thinkers began to champion the primacy of reason and empirical observation. The figure of the witch, a harbinger of ill luck and a direct agent of the devil, continued to loom large in the collective consciousness. Accusations of witchcraft were not confined to the darkest corners of remote villages. They could, and did, insinuate themselves into the very fabric of burgeoning legal systems, leading to trials that, while perhaps less visually grotesque than the hanging of a sow, were no less devastating in their human cost. The legal framework, still grappling with the transition from purely customary law to more codified systems, often struggled to accommodate these persistent superstitions. When faced with unexplained phenomena, a crop failure, a sudden epidemic, the inexplicable death of livestock, the convenient explanation of a malevolent witch acting under the dark patronage of infernal powers, remained a readily available, if deeply flawed, diagnostic tool. The logic, if one can call it that, was deceptively simple. If something bad happened, and no natural cause could be readily identified, then a supernatural cause must be at play. And who better to embody supernatural malevolence than the witch, the earthly conduit for demonic energies? The methods employed in these witch trials often echoed the very irrationality they purported to address. The ordeal, a practice that had seen its heyday in earlier centuries, continued to surface, albeit sometimes in modified forms. The swimming ordeal, where an accused person was thrown into water, bound hand and foot, with the belief that pure water would reject the impure by allowing them to float, while the guilty would sink, persisted in some regions. Similarly, the ordeal of the red-hot iron, where the accused had to carry a heated piece of metal, with the ensuing wound examined after a set period for signs of divine healing, remained a terrifying, if deeply unscientific, means of determining guilt or innocence. These practices were not born out of a commitment to scientific accuracy, but from a profound theological conviction that God would intervene to protect the innocent and punish the guilty. The legal system, therefore, became a stage for divine judgment, rather than a mechanism for establishing factual guilt through evidence. The very nature of evidence in these cases was a testament to this lingering irrationality. Witness testimony, often fueled by fear, rumor, and personal animosity, was given immense weight. A neighbor's grudge, a jealous rival's whisper, or a child's wild accusation could be enough to set the wheels of justice in motion, with the accused often bearing the burden of proving their innocence against a tide of suspicion. The reliance on confessions, frequently extracted under duress and through torture, further compounded the injustice. The logic was circular. If the accused confessed, it was proof of guilt. If they refused to confess, it was proof of demonic stubbornness, and thus also guilt. The concept of spectral evidence, particularly in the later stages of the witch hunting era, offers a chilling glimpse into how deeply superstition could warp legal proceedings. This involved the acceptance of testimony that an accused person's spirit or apparition had caused harm. In the infamous Salem witch trials of 1692, for instance, the testimonies of young women claiming to be tormented by the spectral forms of the accused were considered valid evidence. This allowed for the accusation and conviction of individuals based on the subjective visions of others, effectively bypassing any need for tangible proof or rational assessment of events. The legal system, in such instances, became a projection of collective hysteria, a horrifying manifestation of communal anxieties given legal sanction. Furthermore, the persistence of beliefs surrounding demonic possession and the influence of Satan on human affairs continued to shape legal reasoning, particularly in cases involving perceived moral transgressions or unusual behavior. When individuals acted in ways that deviated significantly from societal norms, or when inexplicable events occurred, the invocation of demonic influence provided a ready explanation. This often led to the categorization of such individuals as being under demonic control, thereby absolving them of personal responsibility, but simultaneously condemning them as instruments of evil, often resulting in severe punishment or institutionalization. The legal system, in its attempt to address perceived threats to social and moral order, often conflated mental illness, social deviance, and genuine criminal intent, all through the lens of supernatural interference. The very idea of evidence was often subservient to the perceived character and reputation of the accused, and indeed the accusers. If an accusation came from a person of good standing and piety, it was more likely to be believed. Conversely, if the accused was a known outsider, a social pariah, or someone who had already fallen afoul of community norms, their protestations of innocence were often met with skepticism. This created a self-perpetuating cycle where social marginalization could directly lead to legal persecution. The legal system, rather than acting as a neutral arbiter, often served to reinforce existing social hierarchies and prejudices, using the guise of justice to legitimize the condemnation of those already deemed undesirable by the community. The persistence of superstitions also extended to the legal approach to misfortune and accidents. While early legal systems might have attributed such events to divine displeasure or the direct intervention of supernatural forces, even as more rational explanations began to emerge, remnants of this thinking lingered. The idea that certain actions, even if seemingly innocuous, could attract bad luck or invite supernatural retribution continued to inform popular belief and at times judicial attitudes. For instance, if a series of unfortunate events befell an individual or a community, the blame might still be directed towards an individual whose actions, however unintentional, were perceived as having disrupted a delicate balance or offended unseen powers. The concept of maleficium, the idea that witchcraft involved the performance of harmful acts, often through magical means, remained a cornerstone of many witch trials. This meant that prosecutors did not necessarily need to prove a direct causal link between the accused and the misfortune. Rather, they had to demonstrate the accused's intent and capacity to cause harm through supernatural means. This placed an immense burden on the accused to disprove the intangible, to prove their inability to perform acts that were by their very nature considered beyond rational explanation or verifiable proof. The legal system was thus tasked with adjudicating acts of magic, a realm inherently resistant to empirical scrutiny. Moreover, the legal system's engagement with these superstitions highlights a fundamental tension between the evolving demands of rationality and the deep seated human need for comfort and explanation in the face of suffering and uncertainty. As scientific understanding gradually expanded, the traditional reliance on supernatural explanations began to wane, but it did so slowly and unevenly. For many, the comfort derived from a divinely ordered universe, even one where malevolent forces were at play, was more reassuring than the stark, often meaningless reality of a universe governed by chance and natural laws. The legal system, as a reflection of societal beliefs, therefore often lagged behind intellectual advancements, perpetuating practices and beliefs that were increasingly out of step with a burgeoning rationalist worldview. The persistence of ordeals, even in vestigial forms, is a prime example of this temporal disconnect. While the formal practice of judicial ordeals gradually declined in many parts of Europe, the underlying faith in divine intervention as a determinant of truth remained. This faith could manifest in less formal ways, such as the reliance on omens, prophetic dreams, or even the interpretation of unusual natural phenomena as divine signs. The legal process, at times, became a stage where these deeply ingrained beliefs could be played out, often with tragic consequences for those who found themselves on the wrong side of popular superstition or clerical interpretation. The slow march of progress in the realm of justice was, therefore, not a smooth, linear progression, but a complex, often contradictory evolution. The medieval propensity for superstition and the attribution of events to supernatural causes did not simply disappear overnight with the advent of new intellectual currents. Instead, these deeply ingrained modes of thought continued to influence popular perception, and at times, even formal legal practices for centuries. The legacy of those times serves as a potent reminder that the pursuit of true justice, grounded in reason and empirical evidence, is a perpetual struggle against the enduring allure of simplistic explanations, the deep seated human tendency towards fear of the unknown, and the persistent whisper of superstition in the ear of a fearful populace. The seeds of irrationality, once sown in the fertile ground of medieval jurisprudence, proved remarkably resilient, their echoes reverberating long after the formal pronouncements of the era had faded into history. The transition from medieval mayhem to modern mandates was, in essence, a long and arduous battle against the specter of ingrained, often comforting irrationality, a battle that, in many ways, continues to this day. The courtroom, a space ostensibly dedicated to objective truth, remained for many a venue where the supernatural still held sway, where the pronouncements of earthly judges were too often guided by the perceived dictates of the divine, or worse, the infernal. This was a period where the very definition of evidence was a shifting, unreliable construct, heavily influenced by belief systems that defied logic, and where the consequences of being caught in the crosshairs of popular fear and superstition could be utterly and irrevocably fatal. The ghost of the medieval mind, with its peculiar blend of faith and fear, continued to haunt the halls of justice, a testament to the enduring power of deeply ingrained belief systems in shaping the course of human endeavor. The echoes of medieval jurisprudence, with its propensity for the bizarre and the seemingly arbitrary, did not simply evaporate with the advent of quill pens and powdered wigs. Instead, they morphed, like a particularly persistent strain of plague, into new, less overtly physical, but no less debilitating forms. While the spectral evidence of witch trials and the terrifying logic of ordeals might have faded from the official record, a new kind of maze, equally disorienting and often as impenetrable, began to rise from the ashes of the old. This was the ascendance of bureaucracy, a system of rules, regulations, and procedures so vast and intricate that it threatened to rival the sheer complexity of navigating a medieval castle's secret passages, albeit with a decidedly less romantic outcome. Imagine, if you will, a bewildered peasant from the year 1300 suddenly transported to a modern administrative office. He's accustomed to the direct, if often brutal, pronouncements of a local lord or the often arbitrary pronouncements of an ecclesiastical court. He understands physical force, the weight of a mailed fist, and the fear of the stake. Now, present him with a 20-page application form requiring notarized proof of his grandmother's maiden name, a urine sample, and a sworn affidavit from his third cousin's dog walker stating he has no outstanding parking tickets from a jurisdiction he's never even visited. The peasant would likely stare, slack-jawed, at the sheer incomprehensible edifice of what we now call due process. The threat of dismemberment might be gone, replaced by the equally chilling prospect of indefinite waiting, the slow bleed of frustration, and the soul-crushing realization that his perfectly valid request is being held hostage by a comma in paragraph 4, subsection B, of a document no one seems to fully understand. This is the darkly humorous paradox of modern administrative and legal systems. We have, in our quest for order and fairness, constructed intricate edifices of rules that at times seem designed more to obfuscate than to illuminate. The medieval legal mind, with its comfort in divine pronouncements and its belief in the inherent righteousness of established hierarchy, found its modern counterpart in the meticulous, often inscrutable, workings of officialdom. Where once a decree might be delivered by a robed judge, now it arrives via a curt email, a legally mandated notice printed in minuscule font, or a voice on an automated telephone system that insists you listen to a lengthy menu of options before you can even begin to explain your predicament. The sheer volume of paper, the endless queues, the labyrinthine appeal processes, these are the new trials, the modern ordeals designed not to test the purity of the soul, but the resilience of the human spirit against the relentless tide of official procedure. Consider the humble permit. In an age that prides itself on technological advancement and instant communication, the simple act of obtaining permission to, say, build a shed or change the color of your front door can devolve into a Herculean quest. You must navigate zoning laws that seem to have been written by committee, requiring multiple submissions of plans, inspections at various stages, and a seemingly endless parade of checkboxes to tick. Each step is a hurdle, each form a potential pitfall, designed to weed out the unworthy, the impatient, or simply those who lack the specific linguistic skills to decipher the arcane pronouncements of the planning department. It's a bureaucratic gauntlet, and emerging victorious often feels less like a triumph of common sense and more like surviving a particularly tedious siege. The medieval lord, for all his capriciousness, at least operated on a comprehensible scale. His justice, however rough, was delivered by a man you could, in theory, see and perhaps even understand. The modern bureaucrat, however, often operates in the abstract. Their decisions are filtered through layers of policy, departmental directives, and precedent cases that can be as obscure as a hermit's prophecy. You are not dealing with a person, but with a system, a vast, impersonal engine that grinds along according to its own inscrutable logic. And woe betide the individual who attempts to reason with this engine, to appeal to common sense or basic fairness. They are as likely to succeed as a medieval serf arguing with a king's tax collector about the inherent unfairness of feudalism. The proliferation of specialized departments, each with its own fiefdom of regulations and its own distinct language, further exacerbates this sense of bewilderment. Need to register a business? That's one department. Need to pay taxes on that business? A different department. Need to comply with environmental regulations related to that business? Yet another. Each requires its own forms, its own set of credentials, its own unique ritual of submission. The interconnectedness of these systems is often only apparent when a breakdown in one triggers a cascade of problems in another, leaving the bewildered citizen caught in the crossfire of interdepartmental disputes and procedural oversights. It's a modern day Tower of Babel, constructed not of bricks and mortar, but of an ever expanding lexicon of acronyms and regulations. The sheer inertia of these systems is also a formidable adversary. Medieval justice, while prone to sudden bursts of violence, could also be surprisingly fluid, subject to the whims of the powerful. Modern bureaucracy, on the other hand, is a monument to stubbornness. Once a rule is established, once a procedure is set in stone, it can become almost impossible to dislodge, regardless of how absurd or counterproductive it may become. The effort required to change a single line of a regulation can be so immense, so riddled with committees, subcommittees, and public consultations, that it becomes easier to simply endure the idiocy than to attempt to correct it. This creates a system that is perpetually trying to catch up with itself, forever burdened by the weight of its own accumulated past. And then there's the language. Oh, the language. Medieval legal documents were often couched in Latin, a tongue inaccessible to most. Modern bureaucratic jargon, while ostensibly in the vernacular, often achieves a similar effect. We have stakeholders, synergies, deliverables, and a host of other euphemisms that obscure rather than clarify. Official documents are peppered with passive voice and convoluted sentence structures designed to create a sense of gravitas, but more often succeeding in inducing a profound sense of confusion. The average citizen, confronted with a 15-page document explaining the intricacies of a new recycling policy, is likely to feel a kinship with those ancient scholars poring over illuminated manuscripts, desperately trying to decipher a meaning that seems to elude them at every turn. The pursuit of knowledge, in this context, becomes a Sisyphean task with the boulder of legalese forever threatening to roll back down the hill. The humor, of course, is that this vast, complex system is often justified in the name of efficiency and fairness. We are told that these intricate procedures are necessary to prevent fraud, to ensure equitable treatment, and to maintain order. And in theory, there is a degree of truth to this. Unfettered discretion, whether in the hands of a medieval bailiff or a modern politician, can indeed lead to corruption and injustice. The detailed regulations are meant to create a level playing field, a predictable framework within which everyone can operate. But when the framework becomes so elaborate, so self referential, that it ceases to be a tool for justice and instead becomes an end in itself, the original purpose is lost. The system, designed to serve the people, begins to consume them. It's the sheer disconnect between the intended purpose and the lived experience that fuels the dark humor. We are asked to believe that this intricate web of approvals and denials is for our own good, a necessary evil to ensure societal well being. Yet, the reality for many is a Kafkaesque nightmare, a perpetual state of waiting, of form filling, of being told that one's perfectly reasonable request cannot be granted because of a missing signature on a document that was never sent, or a misplaced decimal point in a submission that was otherwise flawless. The medieval peasant might have faced a summary trial and a swift, brutal execution. The modern citizen faces a slow, bureaucratic immolation, a gradual drowning in a sea of paperwork and procedural hurdles. The parallels extend even to the enforcement of these new mandates. While physical torture has been, mostly, relegated to the history books, the enforcement of bureaucratic rules can feel equally punishing, albeit through different means. Fines, penalties, the denial of essential services, the threat of legal action. These are the modern instruments of coercion. And just as medieval authorities could exploit loopholes or ambiguities in the law for their own gain, so too can the modern system present unexpected barriers or impose penalties for minor infractions, often disproportionate to the offense. The system, once a shield, can become a sword, wielded with an often unseen, impersonal force. Consider the irony of digital bureaucracy. We have the internet, a tool designed for instant global communication, yet many of our most vital interactions with government and legal entities are still conducted through clunky, outdated online portals that seem to have been designed by someone who actively dislikes the internet. Submitting documents can feel like trying to upload a medieval illuminated manuscript through a dial-up modem, with error messages appearing with the regularity of plague outbreaks. The promise of streamlined digital processes often dissolves into a frustrating dance with CAPTCHAs, forgotten passwords, and incomprehensible error codes that offer no solutions, only further obstacles. The medieval era, for all its brutality, often possessed a certain, albeit grim, clarity. You knew where you stood. You understood the rules, however harsh. The modern bureaucratic labyrinth, however, offers no such comfort. It is a fog-bound landscape where the rules can shift, where interpretations vary, and where the path to resolution is often obscured by layers of authority, each deferring to another, creating an endless chain of accountability that ultimately leads nowhere. It is a system that, in its relentless pursuit of order, has stumbled headlong into chaos, a beautifully crafted cage from which escape seems increasingly improbable, and where the only solace is the dark humor found in the shared bewilderment. The medieval mind might have feared witches and demons. The modern mind fears the unreturned phone call, the unopened email, and the looming specter of an appeal that will never be heard. The transition from the medieval courtroom, with its often theatrical pronouncements of guilt or innocence, to a system that valued observable facts and logical reasoning, was not a sudden enlightenment, but rather a protracted, often messy evolution. It was akin to moving from a world where one believed illness was caused by demonic possession and treated with exorcisms, to one where doctors began to understand germ theory and prescribe antibiotics. The new approach to evidence was a slow dawn, pushing back the persistent shadows of superstition and brute force that had long dominated legal proceedings. The very definition of what constituted proof underwent a profound metamorphosis, shedding its mystical and often violently enforced layers to embrace a more grounded, albeit imperfect, pursuit of truth. The medieval legal apparatus, as we've seen, was often more concerned with divine will and the tangible manifestations of perceived guilt than with meticulous investigation. An accused witch wasn't necessarily judged on the basis of a consistent pattern of actions, but on whether she could survive a dunking, or whether her accusers could offer testimony that, while hearsay and often fueled by personal vendetta, sounded sufficiently damning to the ears of a pre-Enlightenment judge. The burden of proof was not on the accuser to demonstrate a crime, but often on the accused to prove their innocence through methods that defied earthly logic. This was a system where faith, fear, and the occasional well-placed threat held sway over verifiable facts. The nascent stirrings of change began subtly, often born out of a growing, albeit grudging, dissatisfaction with the unpredictable and frequently unjust outcomes of ordeals. While ordeals might have been seen as a way to let God decide, the sheer randomness of these judgments became increasingly difficult for even the most devout to ignore. When the innocent and the guilty alike could be condemned or acquitted based on the strength of their arm in a trial by combat, or the chance of infection from a cauterized wound, the system's inherent flaws became glaringly apparent. This paved the way for a more human-centric approach to evidence, one that relied on the testimony of those who had actually witnessed events. The introduction of witness testimony, though seemingly a straightforward concept today, was a radical departure from earlier practices. In a world where accusations were often whispered in secret, and where communal memory was more oral than documented, the process of bringing witnesses into a formal setting was fraught with its own set of challenges. These witnesses, often drawn from the common folk, were vulnerable to intimidation, bribery, and the powerful social pressures of their communities. Their testimony, moreover, was often filtered through the lens of personal bias, religious conviction, or outright fabrication. Yet, the very act of requiring individuals to stand before a tribunal and recount what they had seen or heard marked a significant step towards an evidence-based legal system. It was an acknowledgement that human observation, however fallible, was a more reliable source of information than divine intervention or infernal influence. Consider the early development of what we might now recognize as rudimentary forensic evidence. This was not the gleaming laboratory of modern CSI, but rather the careful observation of physical details. The examination of a murder scene, for instance, moved beyond simply noting that a body was present to a more detailed, albeit often crude, analysis of wounds, the presence of foreign objects, or the condition of the deceased. A physician might be called upon not to divine the cause of death through spiritual means, but to examine the physical characteristics of the injury. This was the embryonic stage of a scientific approach to legal inquiry, where the body itself became a source of evidence, speaking a language of trauma that, with careful interpretation, could reveal the truth of what had transpired. This shift was paralleled by the growing importance of documentary evidence. As administrative systems became more complex, and as literacy rates slowly began to climb, written records, deeds, contracts, wills, and official decrees started to hold significant legal weight. This was a departure from a purely oral tradition where promises could be made and broken with little recourse. The written word, with its inherent permanence, offered a more stable and verifiable form of evidence. It was a tangible representation of agreements and intentions, less susceptible to the vagaries of memory or the persuasive power of rhetoric. The legal battles of this era might not have involved dramatic accusations of witchcraft, but they were increasingly fought with meticulously drafted documents, each word carrying the potential to sway the outcome of a dispute. The concept of due process, a cornerstone of modern legal systems, began to take root during this transitional period. While the term itself might not have been used explicitly, the underlying principles that an accused person has a right to know the charges against them, to present a defense, and to have their case heard in a fair and orderly manner, began to emerge. This was a direct challenge to the arbitrary pronouncements of earlier eras. It suggested that the process by which guilt or innocence was determined was as important as the outcome itself. This emphasis on process laid the groundwork for a system where evidence would be systematically gathered, presented, and debated rather than simply asserted. However, this evolution was far from smooth or linear. The old ways of thinking died hard, and the newly emerging emphasis on reason and empirical evidence often found itself in direct conflict with deeply ingrained superstitions and established power structures. Even as witness testimony gained traction, the courts often struggled with how to assess its reliability. Who was a credible witness? How could conflicting testimonies be reconciled? These were questions that lacked easy answers, and the solutions often still involved a degree of subjective judgment that could be manipulated. The legal system was still grappling with the messy reality of human nature, where truth could be as elusive as a will-o'-the-wisp. The development of legal precedent also played a crucial role. As courts began to make decisions based on the evidence presented, these decisions began to form a body of established legal principles. This meant that similar cases would be judged according to similar standards, providing a degree of consistency and predictability that had been largely absent in the medieval period. Judges and lawyers could refer to past rulings, using them as a guide for how to interpret evidence and apply the law. This was a move away from ad hoc judgments towards a more systematic and reasoned approach to legal disputes, even if those precedents were sometimes as flawed as the humans who created them. The burgeoning field of what we might call early forensic science also contributed to this shift. While not yet the sophisticated discipline we know today, there were individuals who began to apply a more analytical and objective approach to physical evidence. This could include the careful examination of wounds, the analysis of bloodstains, however rudimentary, or the consideration of the physical circumstances surrounding a crime. For example, in cases of suspected poisoning, physicians might begin to analyze symptoms and compare them to known toxic substances rather than attributing the death to divine displeasure or witchcraft. This was a slow, arduous process, hindered by the lack of scientific tools and understanding, but it represented a fundamental change in how evidence was perceived as something to be investigated and understood rather than simply accepted at face value. The influence of the Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, logic, and empirical observation, further accelerated this transformation. Philosophers and legal scholars began to articulate theories of justice that prioritized demonstrable facts and rational argumentation. The idea that knowledge should be based on sensory experience and logical deduction gained prominence, influencing not only scientific inquiry, but also legal practice. This intellectual movement provided a philosophical underpinning for the shift away from superstition and towards a more rational system of justice, where evidence meant something tangible and verifiable. The impact of these changes was profound. While the lingering specter of superstition and arbitrary power never entirely vanished from the legal landscape, the foundations were laid for a system that, at its best, strives for fairness and truth as based on demonstrable facts. The journey from a legal system that could condemn a person based on their inability to float when thrown into water to one that requires meticulous presentation of facts, witness accounts, and expert testimony is a testament to humanity's enduring, if often frustrating, quest for a more just and rational world. It was a move from the theater of the absurd to the painstaking and at times profoundly mundane work of building a case, piece by painstaking piece, on the bedrock of verifiable reality. The development of legal procedures aimed at ensuring fair trials further solidified the importance of evidence. The right to counsel, for instance, emerged as a crucial safeguard. An educated advocate could present evidence more effectively, challenge the evidence presented by the opposing side, and ensure that the legal process was followed correctly. This added another layer of professionalism and rigor to legal proceedings, moving them further away from the emotionally charged and often chaotic environments of earlier centuries. The lawyer, armed with facts and precedents, became a key figure in the construction of a believable narrative, a narrative built not on fear or faith, but on meticulously gathered proof. The very act of record keeping also became more sophisticated. As legal systems evolved, so too did the methods for documenting cases, testimonies, and judgments. This created a more comprehensive and accessible body of legal history, allowing for the analysis of past decisions and the refinement of legal principles. This institutional memory was vital for establishing consistent evidentiary standards and for holding legal practitioners accountable. The days of a judgment being a fleeting pronouncement, lost to the winds of oral tradition, were slowly giving way to a more permanent and traceable system of justice. This evolution was, of course, deeply intertwined with broader societal changes, including the rise of the nation state, the growth of commerce, and the increasing complexity of social interactions. As societies became more organized and individuals engaged in more intricate transactions, the need for a reliable and predictable legal framework became paramount. A system that relied on random ordeals or arbitrary pronouncements simply could not cope with the demands of a more sophisticated world. The demand for certainty and fairness in trade, property rights, and personal conduct drove the legal system to adopt more rational and evidence based practices. However, it is crucial to remember that this was not a perfect transformation. The biases of society, the prejudices of individuals, and the inherent limitations of human understanding continued to cast long shadows over the legal process. The concept of evidence itself could be twisted and manipulated. What one era considered compelling proof, another might dismiss as unreliable. The struggle to define and apply evidentiary standards fairly was, and remains, an ongoing battle. The transition was marked by a series of compromises, setbacks, and constant adjustments as legal systems attempted to reconcile the ideal of rational justice with the messy realities of human fallibility. The development of the adversary system, where opposing parties present their cases and evidence before a neutral arbiter, is another significant facet of this evolution. This system, which gained prominence over centuries, inherently relies on the thorough preparation and presentation of evidence. Each side is motivated to uncover and present the most compelling proof to support their claims, leading to a more robust and often more accurate determination of facts. The courtroom became a stage not for divine pronouncements, but for a structured contest of evidence where the persuasive power of facts and logical argument held sway. Moreover, the concept of judicial review, where courts can examine the legality and constitutionality of laws and actions, further reinforced the importance of evidence based decision making. Judges were tasked with evaluating not just the facts of a case, but also the legal framework within which those facts were being assessed. This required a deeper understanding of legal principles and a reliance on evidence that could withstand rigorous scrutiny. The judiciary, in essence, became a more critical and analytical body, tasked with ensuring that justice was not only done, but also seen to be done through a process grounded in evidence and reason. The shift in the nature of proof can be starkly illustrated by contrasting a medieval trial by ordeal with a modern criminal trial. In the former, the physical survival of the accused was the evidence of divine favor, a powerful but ultimately arbitrary measure. In the latter, the prosecution must present a mountain of evidence, eyewitness accounts, forensic analysis, documentary proof, expert testimony, all meticulously organized and presented to persuade a jury or judge beyond a reasonable doubt. The medieval trial was a gamble with fate. The modern trial is a carefully constructed argument built on the foundation of what can be observed, verified, and logically deduced. This transition, though marked by many imperfections, represents a monumental leap forward in the pursuit of justice, moving humanity away from the arbitrary and towards the reasoned, from the mystical and towards the material. The courtroom, once a place where faith and fear dictated outcomes, slowly began its transformation into a forum where evidence, however imperfectly gathered and presented, was the ultimate arbiter. The dust motes dancing in the shafts of light that pierced the gloomy halls of medieval justice might seem to us now like ancient confetti, remnants of a particularly grim and bizarre party. Yet, within that seemingly chaotic spectacle of ordeals, trials by combat, and accusations fueled by fear and fancy, lie some of the most potent lessons for our own time. We've witnessed the stark contrast between a system that outsourced judgment to divine intervention or brute force and the nascent stirrings of a more rational, evidence based approach. But what are the enduring truths we should carry forward from this era of judicial madness? Firstly, the paramount importance of critical thinking stands as a colossus over the ruins of medieval jurisprudence. It's a lesson hammered home by the sheer absurdity of some of the methods employed. When a person's guilt or innocence could be determined by their ability to float when tossed into a river, the infamous water ordeal, or by the success of their wounds in a trial by combat, it becomes chillingly clear that the capacity for reasoned analysis was at best a fragile seedling. We must ask ourselves, are we always applying critical scrutiny to the information presented to us, especially when it's delivered with authority or appeals to our deepest fears? The medieval mind, often swayed by charismatic preachers, terrifying rumors, or the pronouncements of those in power, serves as a potent cautionary tale. Today, we face a deluge of information, from social media feeds to political rhetoric, and the ability to dissect claims, question sources, and identify logical fallacies is not merely an academic exercise. It is a fundamental requirement for a functioning, just society. The temptation to accept convenient narratives, to cling to comforting superstitions, or to dismiss dissenting voices simply because they challenge our worldview remains a constant human weakness. The medieval courtroom, in its most unreasoned forms, was a manifestation of this weakness writ large, and the echoes of that unreason can still be heard if we are not vigilant. The dangers of unchecked authority and pervasive superstition are equally stark. When the word of a bishop, a lord, or even a village elder held sway over demonstrable facts, the stage was set for profound injustice. Superstition, often intertwined with religious doctrine and deeply ingrained cultural beliefs, provided the fertile ground upon which accusations could sprout and flourish, often with devastating consequences. Consider the widespread panic surrounding witchcraft, which transformed neighbors into potential demons and everyday occurrences into evidence of malevolent pacts. The legal system, instead of acting as a bulwark against such irrationality, often became its most fervent enforcer. This highlights a critical vulnerability in any society: the susceptibility of its institutions, including its courts, to the prevailing winds of public fear and prejudice. We must constantly question the mechanisms of power and scrutinize how decisions are made. Are our institutions truly independent, or are they unduly influenced by political pressures, popular opinion, or the unexamined biases of those who lead them? The medieval era reminds us that even well-intentioned leaders can perpetuate injustice if they fail to temper authority with reason and to challenge the superstitions that can so easily warp collective judgment. The history of witch trials, with their systematic persecution of vulnerable individuals based on flimsy evidence and inherited fear, is a chilling reminder of what happens when unchecked authority meets pervasive superstition. It is a stark warning against the dangers of allowing collective anxiety to dictate legal outcomes. Furthermore, this historical journey underscores the ongoing need to safeguard against the erosion of reason and fairness. The transition from medieval practices to more enlightened legal systems was not a smooth, one way street. It was a battle fought over centuries, with periods of progress followed by regressions. The very definition of evidence was contested and evolved. The methods of its collection and presentation were constantly debated. This struggle for a more rational and just system is not confined to the past. It is a perpetual endeavor. We must remain vigilant against any tendency to revert to less rigorous standards, whether through the expediency of bypassing due process, the manipulation of public opinion, or the acceptance of arguments that appeal to emotion rather than logic. The specter of arbitrary judgment, of pronouncements made without due regard for verifiable facts, is a perennial threat. The progress we have made, the sophisticated legal frameworks we have built, are not immutable. They require constant attention, defense, and refinement. The book's ultimate message, therefore, lies not just in appreciating the remarkable progress humanity has made in its pursuit of justice, but in recognizing the recurring human tendencies that can lead even the most advanced societies back towards absurdity and injustice. We are, as a species, prone to bias, to fear, to the allure of simple explanations for complex problems. The medieval period, in its spectacular displays of irrationality, provides us with a powerful mirror. It reflects back to us the potential for darkness that lurks even within seemingly ordered societies. When we witness the ease with which fear and suspicion could override truth, when we see how readily people accepted the pronouncements of authority without question, we must pause and reflect on our own vulnerabilities. Consider the concept of trial by ordeal. From our modern perspective, it seems utterly bizarre, almost laughable. Yet, it was a deeply entrenched practice, accepted by many as a legitimate means of discovering guilt. The underlying logic, if one can call it that, was rooted in a profound belief that God would intervene to protect the innocent. This reliance on a supernatural guarantor of truth is a stark contrast to our current emphasis on empirical evidence and rational deduction. However, what if we substitute God with other powerful, often unexamined forces? What if we substitute divine intervention with algorithmic certainty, party loyalty, or popular consensus? Do we not, in subtle ways, sometimes abdicate our own critical faculties, allowing external forces or accepted dogma to dictate our understanding of truth and justice? The temptation to outsource our thinking, to accept conclusions that are presented with an air of irrefutable authority, is a modern echo of the medieval susceptibility to pronouncements from on high. Let's delve deeper into the nature of suspicion. In the medieval era, suspicion, once ignited, was incredibly difficult to extinguish. It could fester, spread like wildfire, and consume entire communities. Accusations, often born from personal feuds, envy, or simple misunderstanding, could gain an almost unstoppable momentum. The legal process, rather than acting as a cool, rational check on this momentum, frequently amplified it. The lack of robust investigative procedures meant that suspicion often became a de facto form of evidence. Once someone was branded as a suspect, their actions, their words, even their very existence were reinterpreted through the lens of that suspicion. This is a chilling reminder of how easily a societal narrative fueled by fear can become a self fulfilling prophecy. In our own time, we see this phenomenon manifest in the demonization of certain groups, the spread of conspiracy theories, and the swift judgment passed on individuals based on incomplete or biased information circulating in the digital sphere. The mechanisms are different. Algorithms, social media, 24-hour news cycles, but the underlying human tendency to latch onto suspicion and allow it to dictate our perception of reality remains a potent force. The medieval courtroom, where a whispered accusation could lead to torture and execution, serves as a visceral warning against allowing suspicion to become the primary arbiter of truth. The role of authority figures in this historical context cannot be overstated. The priests, the judges, the feudal lords, these individuals wielded immense power, and their beliefs, their biases, and their economic or political interests could profoundly shape the course of justice. If a lord benefited from confiscating the lands of an accused heretic, or if a judge harbored a personal animosity towards a defendant, the evidence presented in court could easily be twisted to serve those ends. This raises a crucial question for our own time. How do we ensure accountability and prevent the abuse of power within our legal and governmental structures? The ideal of an independent judiciary, free from political interference, is a hard-won principle. Yet, the constant pressure of political appointments, the influence of lobbying, and the sheer power of incumbency can all, in subtle or overt ways, compromise that independence. The lessons from the medieval era are a stark reminder that power, left unchecked and unexamined, has a natural tendency to corrupt, and that the systems designed to administer justice must be robust enough to resist such pressures. We must remain vigilant in demanding transparency, due process, and robust checks and balances within our own institutions. Moreover, the medieval period's struggles with the nature of truth itself offer valuable insights. What constituted truth was often a fluid and contested concept. Was it the divine revelation, the pronouncements of Scripture, the testimony of respected elders, or the observable facts of a situation? Often, these different forms of truth were in conflict, and the legal system had to navigate these competing claims. The gradual shift towards prioritizing observable, verifiable facts was a revolution in thought. It was a move away from accepting assertions at face value and towards demanding proof. This is a fundamental lesson for us today. In an era of fake news and sophisticated disinformation campaigns, the ability to distinguish between verifiable facts and mere assertions or fabricated narratives is crucial. The medieval tendency to conflate pronouncements with truth, to accept claims based on the speaker's authority rather than the evidence they provided, is a dangerous precedent. We must cultivate a culture where evidence is paramount, where claims are rigorously tested, and where the pursuit of verifiable truth is the guiding principle of our public discourse and our legal systems. The very concept of fairness was also interpreted very differently. For the medieval mind, fairness might have meant adhering to established customs, respecting social hierarchies, or ensuring that divine judgment was invoked. For us, fairness is inextricably linked to equality before the law, due process, and the right to a robust defense. The chasm between these interpretations highlights the evolution of our understanding of justice. However, it also serves as a warning. If we become complacent, if we allow our understanding of fairness to become too narrow, too rooted in our own present day assumptions, we risk overlooking the subtle ways in which injustice can creep back into our systems. The persistence of systemic biases, the challenges faced by marginalized communities in accessing justice, and the ongoing debates about legal reforms all indicate that the struggle for true fairness is far from over. The medieval era's often unfettered injustices remind us that what we consider fair today is the product of centuries of struggle and debate, and that this progress must be actively defended and expanded. Ultimately, the lessons from the rack and the scales, from the ordeal by fire and the trial by combat, are not merely historical curiosities. They are deeply relevant to the contemporary world. They speak to the enduring human capacity for both great reason and profound irrationality, for both profound empathy and chilling cruelty. The journey of jurisprudence from the medieval period to our own is a testament to our ongoing, often faltering quest for a more just and rational world. It is a journey that demands our constant vigilance, our critical engagement, and our unwavering commitment to the principles of truth, fairness, and reason. The absurdity of the past is not just a spectacle to be observed, it is a warning to be heeded, a constant reminder of the fragile nature of progress and the ever present need to defend the light of reason against the shadows of superstition and unchecked power. The legacy of medieval justice, with its bizarre rituals and often brutal outcomes, might seem a distant echo in our modern world, a chapter closed and filed away. Yet, if we look closely, the ink on those pages has not entirely dried. The core human tendencies that shaped those ancient courts, fear, suspicion, the allure of easy answers, and the susceptibility to authority, are remarkably persistent. Our task, then, is not merely to understand the past, but to learn from its starkest lessons, ensuring that the follies of yesteryear do not find fertile ground in our own sophisticated yet still deeply human society. The very act of scrutinizing these historical missteps is an act of societal self preservation, a recalibration of our moral compass, ensuring that we do not inadvertently drift back towards an era where reason was secondary to ritual and where justice was often a matter of chance rather than evidence. The echoes of medieval justice, with its peculiar blend of the sacred and the savage, the earnest and the absurd, resonate even today. We've walked through the muck of ordeals, the clang of steel in trials by combat, and the terrifying logic of accusations that could condemn a soul based on a bad dream. It's a journey that often leaves one a little breathless, a little bewildered, and perhaps a little relieved to be alive in an age where a floating accusation is more likely to be dismissed as a social media post gone rogue than a divinely sanctioned proof of witchcraft. Yet, beneath the sheer, unadulterated strangeness of it all, there's a compelling narrative about human nature itself. We are, it turns out, remarkably adept at both inflicting unimaginable cruelty and finding a grim, gallows humor chuckle in the face of it. Consider the sheer theatricality of a medieval trial. It wasn't just about guilt or innocence, it was a performance, often a grotesque one, played out for an audience that ranged from the grimly serious to the morbidly fascinated. The accused, often already weakened by imprisonment and terror, would be paraded, questioned, and subjected to procedures that were as much about spectacle as about seeking truth. The very notion of evidence was elastic, capable of stretching to accommodate the wildest of suspicions or the most fervent of beliefs. A scar left from a childhood illness could be reinterpreted as a mark of the devil. A sudden storm could be seen as divine displeasure directed at a particular individual. The legal system, rather than being an independent arbiter, often became a stage for the anxieties and prejudices of the community. And what of the humor? It's a dark, pervasive thing, like the smell of damp straw and fear that must have permeated every courtroom. The idea of proving one's innocence by being thrown into water only to be judged guilty if you floated, a presumed sign of rejection by pure water, and innocent if you sank, a presumed embrace by the pure element, even if it meant drowning, is so darkly ironic it's almost a punchline. The irony, of course, is that the innocent who sank were very much dead. It's a grim jest, a cosmic shrug from history, reminding us that even in the most serious of endeavors, human beings can stumble into absurdity. This capacity for the absurd, for finding a flicker of dark amusement in the face of utter horror, is itself a deeply human trait. It's a coping mechanism, perhaps, a way to process the unbearable by transforming it into something that, however horrifying, can be laughed at in retrospect. The persistent fascination with these historical legal oddities speaks volumes about our own modern sensibilities. We pore over accounts of witch trials, trial by combat, and the myriad other strange methods of medieval justice, not just to learn about the past, but to marvel at how profoundly different, and in many ways, how much more rational our own systems have become. The stark contrast between a legal framework that relied on the supernatural or the physical prowess of individuals and our current emphasis on due process, legal representation, and evidence based reasoning is a testament to centuries of hard won progress. It allows us, perhaps with a shiver and a smirk, to appreciate the relative sanity of our own legal landscapes. Think about the sheer lack of due process that was often the norm. A simple accusation, fueled by rumor or personal vendetta, could set in motion a cascade of events leading to torture, conviction, and punishment, all without the accused having any real means of defense. The concept of innocent until proven guilty was a distant, almost laughable notion. Instead, the burden of proof often lay in surviving an ordeal or convincingly defeating one's accuser in combat. This wasn't justice as we understand it. It was a dramatic, often fatal game of chance. And yet, the individuals involved, the judges, the accusers, the accused, likely believed they were acting within a legitimate framework, guided by the prevailing beliefs of their time. The humor, then, isn't in mocking them directly, but in recognizing the profound gulf between their worldview and our own, a gulf paved with the stones of reason, skepticism, and the evolution of human rights. This journey into the heart of medieval legal practices also highlights the enduring power of narrative. The stories told about individuals, whether of their supposed demonic pacts or their divine favor, often held more sway than any tangible evidence. The ability to craft a compelling, fear inducing narrative could be more effective in court than any collection of facts. We see this echo, albeit in vastly different forms, in our own age of pervasive media and the relentless churn of information. The power of a well told story or a cleverly constructed piece of propaganda to shape public opinion and influence perceptions of justice remains a potent force. The medieval courtroom, in its own way, was an early adopter of the art of persuasive storytelling, even if the tales were woven with threads of superstition and terror. The evolution from these medieval practices to our modern legal structures is not just a story of intellectual advancement, it's a story of societal maturation. It's about learning, often through painful trial and error, to temper the impulses of fear and prejudice with the safeguards of reason and due process. The fact that we can look back at these historical legal systems with a mixture of horror, pity, and even a dark sense of amusement is precisely because we have moved beyond them. We have developed mechanisms, imperfect though they may be, to protect individuals from the arbitrary exercise of power and the whims of collective hysteria. The humor found in these historical accounts often stems from the sheer, unvarnished human element that permeates them. The petty rivalries that could lead to accusations of witchcraft, the clumsy attempts to interpret omens, the sheer terror in the eyes of someone facing an ordeal. It's all profoundly human. And within that humanity, there's a space for a kind of wry observation. It's the kind of humor that allows us to acknowledge the darkness without being consumed by it, to recognize the follies of the past without repeating them. It's the gallows humor of survivors, of those who have navigated the perilous path from superstition to enlightenment, and can now look back with a mixture of disbelief and grim satisfaction. Ultimately, this exploration into the darker, stranger corners of medieval justice serves as a vital reminder. It's a reminder that the rational, evidence based legal systems we rely on today were not inevitable. They were forged in the fires of centuries of struggle, debate, and the persistent human effort to build a more just and equitable society. The bizarre rituals, the brutal punishments, and the often ludicrous logic of medieval law are not just historical footnotes. They are cautionary tales that underscore the fragility of progress and the enduring importance of critical thinking, empathy, and a commitment to truth. They leave us with a profound appreciation for the relative sanity of our present and a healthy dose of humility about our own capacity for error, ensuring that the lessons learned from past follies are never forgotten and that the specter of medieval mockery is kept firmly in its place, a relic of a darker age that we have, thankfully, begun to outgrow.